Hello everyone! We're back. I wanted to start here because when I turn it on again, I noticed that it's the background for like the, for the plane. I don't know, I think that's cute. It's cute that they added that. It's not from the other, at least it's not from the Trilogy collection. Like, that doesn't happen there. I just kind of like it. It's good. And the music for the title screen is very good. Right, we were in the middle of this. What are these? Those are our company's completely original light-up suitcases. They're practically flying out the door. That's how popular they are. You should buy one and see how you like it. You won't regret it. Perhaps that's a thing work on this flight, but in the real world, you try, then buy. No way. Either way, it doesn't really matter. True, either way, why would anyone buy a suitcase after they boarded the plane? Anyway, see that? Just look at all the Captain Hugo heads painted on there. Cute company mascot, isn't he? They're painted on with a lot of care. Doesn't he look like he's about to jump out at you? It is certainly making something jump inside my stomach. I guess there's no fooling your refined taste. You look like you really wanted to get one. And I thought I was going to finally make my first sale, but you saw right through it. Glad that's done though. Never make me try to give you a sales speech ever again, okay? But I never showed any interest in it to begin with. Hehe. It really is pretty horrible, isn't it? You want to know something? This suitcase was designed by Miss Rhoda. Miss De Niro designed this. Yeah, it was a company-wide contest. Well, it does have a very sharp design sense. I am very confused how a company-wide contest would select this. Like, someone else has to have better taste in this company, just saying. Ha, ha. Sharp? Like stinky sharp cheddar, maybe. I really have no idea where the big wigs decided to go with it. It's so... what? Mr. Nero designed this, didn't she? It's definitely not what I would have expected. Ah! You okay? I'm fine. Please watch yourself, Miss Mile. Like, I'm pretty sure it's supposed to be a mile, like... I guess it could be melee, but I think it's supposed to be mile. Melee? Maybe melee? Kami melee? Oh, chamomile. Oh, I thought it was no, it's chamomile. Because she's sleepy. Oh, I got it now. I'm so stupid. I didn't even realize her name is chamomile. So her nice name is meal. Okay, like millefeuille, like the kind of meal. Now I get it. I'm so dumb. Okay. In a suitcase freely run around has got to be a safety violation. Here, I pull it back. Beautiful flowers and a beautiful arrangement. I feel cleansed just by looking at them. Oh, hello. Well, you're kind of stepping on a few of them, you know, Mr. Edward. Oh, excuse me. I just realized that her name is actually, like, her last name is not because of Mile, like Mile High Club or whatnot. Like, his name, like, her name is upon a chamomile because she's EP. Because you take chamomile tea to sleep. Like, that's why her name is chamomile. Like it's chamomile. Like it's a pun on chamomile, and so I didn't realize. I just realized that it's just a pun on chamomile. Inside this display case is a row of lifesavers and life vests for sale. We sell a lot of those when there's some kind of accident or something. But some people buy them even when nothing's going on. How about it, Mr. Edward? Care to buy one? I sense that this shop is one shopper away from being sued. Yeah, legally speaking, they have to give you that for free. There are all kind of luxury name brand merchandise for sale in this display case. And the lineup in just such a manner as to scream, "Buy me!" to any passengers. Why? Stuffed toys just like the one Miss Meal Miss Meal is holding are on display here. They're relatively cheap, which explains why they're displayed so haphazardly. How about it, Mr. Edward? You know you want one too. They're great for when you're stressed. Why do I envision stuffed animal abuse when she says that? Because she definitely commits stuffed animal abuse, Edward. What are you talking about? There's a wide selection of souvenirs for sale in these display cases. You know what I suggest? Sorry, but I have no intention of buying souvenirs on this trip. Okay, then what about you buy something for me then, as a present? I can't think of a single reason why I'd want to buy you anything. But I had my eye on that pendant for such a long time. Try paying some attention to me when I ask you something, and then we'll talk. The glass from this display case door is shattered all over the floor, and it looks like there's nothing on display inside either. Wait, actually, I think there is something. What's this? A mini captain's hat. Okay, have I checked everything? Yeah, it seems like it. Only thing I have been done is talk to you. I don't know much about this shop, but you can still ask me about whatever. So, what do you think about what has happened regarding this case? I don't know, I guess I think you're the killer though, Mr. Edward. I can assure you that I am here in this shop to prove just the opposite. Yeah, but it was me that got you the permission to look around. You know? So don't forget that, okay? He's so eepy. How am I supposed to thank you properly if you insist on falling asleep? Well, you know what I really show your thanks? You see that item for sale over there? Sorry, but you're going to have to make do with my words of appreciation. I do wanna ask her if she has anything to do about it, like she knows anything about it. Miss Rhoda said that this piggy van was in this shop, right? Don't you find her a tiny bit suspicious? I don't think I can say either way yet. There's not enough evidence to convince me that she was lying about anything back there. Are you sure about that? Okay, I think that I can't do much here, so... Yeah, I think that I need to combine these first. That probably used to be on the Pivot Bank's head. Let's give it a go and see. I believe this Pigang was forcibly removed from this display case. Does this mean that the killer broke the glass to get at it? Maybe. Really? Don't tell me you don't know what things go where in this shop. Well, I don't. Miss Rhoda's in charge of this place. So come on, how should I know anything? I sense that further inspection of the display case is needed. I won't rest until I've extracted every suspicious looking nook and cranny. Let's see. I never liked those crystal swans. I know they're popular, like crystal flowers, crystal sun. Like I just don't like them that much. Is this the same man as the one portrayed in the statues around the elevator? That's not even what I pointed at. Yeah, that's a paperweight of the founder of Goyu Airlines, Mr. Hugo Hughes. On the bottom of the shelf we have the cute one, the middle shelf is a realistic one, and on the top shelf, that's the floral version. Floral? Are you sure about that? Let me guess, you just said the first thing that came to your mind, right? Looks like I hit the bullseyes. Okay, let's see the other side if there's anything. Oh, books. Goyu Airlines related books in line this shelf. The history of Goyu Airlines, the future of Goyu Airlines, the 7 wonders of Goyu, fight on Goyu Airlines, working name Yugo Airlines, Heart. The titles make it very clear that you won't be making the top sellers list anytime soon. I'm pretty sure one of those is an isekai. The glass on this door is broken. Perhaps it was the killer who broke it in order to take the piggy bank. But it's a bit odd that the inside of this case is so devoid of glass shards. Plus the glass broke. Ah! What is it? I touched the glass and cut my finger. It hurts, Mr. Edward. It hurts. Please tell me you can deal with such a minor cut on your own. Anything else? Not really. Yes, actually. Wait. No, not that. Because it's a suitcase thing, where like it's clear that it got open by them, like open, like it broke because of the movement. For security, there's a lock on the display case. Miss Mill, if I may ask you about this lock, the one who's in charge of the shop is Miss Rhoda, so. She's got the keys to all of the display cases. I see. Oh, I bet you want to buy something. Do you want me to go get the key from her? No, that's alright. Is there anything else? Not that I can see. Oh wait, it's still okay. Wait. Should I use it? Is this the piggy bank that I should be using? Eureka! Okay, yeah, it is. There's definitely something very unusual about this. About what? If the killer had broken the glass to get at the Captain Ugo Bank, there should be shards of glass inside of the case itself. Ah, I see. Yeah, I guess it'd be like that. Sometimes sometimes it just be like that, Mr. Edward. However, there's not a single piece of glass inside the display case. Nope, no there isn't. Which means that the glass was broken from the inside out. The piggy gun must have fallen over from the turbulence and right through the glass. Yeah, that's for sure. There's so much glass all over the floor. I'm willing to bet that this hat was knocked off its head at the time too. Ah, that's nice. Which leads me to believe that the killer took the Captain Hugo Bank from here after the turbulence. Take your power naps on your own time, Miss Smile. And listen to when I'm talking. But the murder occurred before the turbulence. I said Mile again. Names are hard. Which rules this piggy bank out as a murder weapon. So you mean the bank's not a real murder weapon, so it's a fake? Yes, at this point that is a very real possibility. But then what if when the killer went to take Captain Hugo, they broke the glass by accident? This place is locked, so that's highly unlikely. Yeah, but there's one person who could have. Oh, and who would that be? Miss Rhoda, of course. I mean, she's the one in charge of this place, so she has the keys to everything. Miss Rhoda Tenero, huh? What is the pun for her name? Rhoda? I think it's pronounced Rhoda. Rhoda Tenero. Unless it's Tinairo? Rhoda Tinairo? Like, Rhoda is probably rolling. I'm not entirely sure what the pun is there. I'm very proud of myself for actually realizing that that this Sleepy Beach disease girly, like, her name is just a pun on chamomile. Well, I think we almost finished here. Does this connect? Yes, it does. Yes, there is definitely something wrong here. What's with the sudden yelling? Tell me, Miss Meal. It's Miss Meal. Tell me, Miss Meal, do you think there's something strange about these suitcases? Well, sure, they totally is strange. Like the color and such. That's not what I'm talking about. Now pay attention. You're scaring me, Mr. Edwin. Sorry. The suitcases are lined up a bit too prim and proper. Yeah, they look a bit uptight, don't they? But I guess I take after their creator. Again, that's not what I meant, Miss Mile. Meal. God damn it, I keep doing it. Don't you find it unusual that these cases are the only things undisturbed by the turbulence? Never mind, I'd sooner find an answer by inspecting the suitcases myself. On closer inspections, they really are quite hideous. I wonder how Miss Rhoda would have reacted if she'd heard what you just said. Well, be thankful that she didn't. What's wrong? She makes a good point. It would be wise of me to watch what I say out loud. Ooh, what's this? I've spotted something that's not quite right. What is original about this suitcase? Well, it doesn't have like the tiny thingies that would stop it from moving. That's the main thing.
Take that!
There's something very peculiar about these wheels. Ah, as in? As in, there are no stoppers in place on this. Without stoppers, one would think that the turbulence would have sent it flying. And... And so it is very likely that this suitcase was placed here after we hit the turbulence. Let's take a closer look at it, shall we? Oh, That's so weird. Today the controller is acting just fine. Like yesterday it was just like constantly like flipping about. You know what? I'm not gonna complain. If the game wants to be nice to me about like actually making the controller work, then I'm not gonna complain. It would appear to be unlocked. Let's take a look at what's inside. A piece of cloth. And it's soaked with blood. Ah, it's blood. It appears that this suitcase is very strongly tied to our murder after all. So explain this to me. What does this suitcase have to do with the murder? I believe it's pretty safe to say that the killer used this suitcase in some manner. Such as to move something, perhaps. Ah, but aren't you just talking about the cloth then? That alone is too small. A larger item would be needed to move what I'm thinking of. The thing I believe the killer used this suitcase to transport is... the corpse.
Take that!
Something that would fit inside a suitcase that is also covered in blood. Sounds like a dead body, doesn't it? Bloody cloth. But... In light of this, I'd say that Mr. Hicks was moved into the elevator from someplace else. Which means that the murder was committed in an entirely different location. So you're saying that after moving the body into the elevator, the killer brought the suitcase in here and just left it? Exactly. What is it? Nothing, just that I was thinking about what Miss Rhoda said about coming here for something. Excuse me, Mr. Edward? Oh, you're back. I wanted to give you a bit more time, but I'm afraid I wasn't able to convince the captain. I'm very sorry, Mr. Edward, but the captain feels that he has allowed you ample time. He says that he'd appreciate it if you could wrap it up here and return to your seat. I understand his sentiments, however, if I am not allowed to complete my investigation, the crime scene may become contaminated by the time we land. If I must stop, then I insist I be allowed to oversee the preservation of the two sites. Under your supervision, of course. If that's your only condition, then I believe we can accommodate your wishes. I'm here to assist you in any way that I can, Mr. Edward. Sounds like fun. We can camp out and watch over everything together. I found proof that the real crime scene was not in the lounge, and I have enough evidence to prove myself to be innocent of any wrongdoing. And yet, regarding what Miss Meal, just think of the World War 1000 in Spanish. Brain, please. Regarding what Miss Meals reminded me about Mr. Nero, I can't allow my investigation to end here. The truth must come to light. We were so close to the to be continued part. March 12, 1 p.m. local time, Hope Springs Airport. I know that once we had landed, I'm supposed to let the local police take over. And thanks to Mr. Nero and Miss Meal, I was able to preserve the crime scene. But I just can't shake it. I wasn't able to talk with Mr. Nero in private. So I'm left wondering just what was she up to? Why did she do what she did? There must be a way for me to continue my investigation. I've been expecting you, Miles Edward. Oh boy, it's Franziska. Hi. Franziska, I thought you were still in Germany and out of my life for at least a couple of games. I go where I am needed, and wherever there are criminals to be caught. Her name is Franziska von Karma, the daughter of my mentor Manfred von Karma. She, like myself, is a prosecutor and a pain in my ass. And also kind of like a little sister. Hi, Siska. God. Are you heading up? Are you heading up this case? It would be a bit of a relief if you are. Don't you try to flatter me, Miles Edward. I'm placing you under arrest. What? It's quite frustrating, actually. I had hoped to exact my revenge on you in a different venue. But I'll have to take what I can get. I never thought I'd see the day when a disciple of the House of Von Karma would become a criminal. Have you no shame? Franny. Franziska, your dad killed a person. Franziska, your dad was executed for killing a person. Who happens to be Miles' dad on top of that, but like, you can't say that. You can't. It makes me lose my mind. Like, girly, your dad literally murdered a person. What the fuck are you talking about? Franny, please. This is after the first game. Like, this is after the first game. She has to know that her dad killed the guy. He wasn't executed for nothing. Wait, it has all been a big misunderstanding. I didn't kill the victim. A misunderstanding. I heard all about the murder of the police radio from the captain himself. You waited for the victim on the first floor and then beat him to death. Franziska, do you honestly believe that I killed the man? Everyone killed a guy or two, it's okay. No, it's not! I suppose I should reserve judgment until after I have investigated this for myself. I can put your arrest on hold until then. That's as it should be. Ha! I don't need a lecture on how to perform my duties from you of all people. To be perfect in every way, the fulfillment of that creed alone is all I strive for. Well, I have my own creed, which I must fulfill, so why don't we solve this together? You know, like a family. I have to get going. The crime scene awaits. Don't you dare leave town. Trust me, I had no intention to. Detective Gum Show! Yes, sir! Too slow. Listen up, I'm leaving you in charge of watching this man. Don't mess up, understand? But Mr. Edward, I'm supposed to guard him? A simple yes or no, detective. Yes, sir. Understood, sir. You just leave it to me. Miles Edward? If you interfere with my investigation, I'll arrest you on the spot. Are we clear? Now then, if you'll excuse me. Good to see you again, Mr. Edward, sir. Boy, am I glad to see you're okay. Thank you, detective. I believe in you, sir. You can lean on me. I'll get you through this. I have to admit, I'm a bit curious as to what Franziska is up to. Maybe I should ask the good detective. Very well. In that case, I have a few questions for you. But first, hi, Sal. Shell seems to be happily enjoying the sight of so many planes. Wow, I love to take a run down that runway. Oh, the youth of today. So much potential, then so misguided. Yet so misguided. Wait, Sal. Come on, really? I can't talk to Sol? Oh, there it is. Looking from behind. I think I've seen this man somewhere before. Nom 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 nom. In Soviet Russia, World Flags Lunch access it's you. Sweaty face. Fund it, lol. I feel a wave of creative powers coming on. It's over 9,000 lols. For my next lead movie, it's gonna be the Steel Samurai Warrior of Neo Tokyo versus the World Samurai Champion of Earth. It's gonna rock so many boxers. So the Steel Samurai is finally getting a movie. That's all you have to say, Edward? This man was in the first class with me. He was quite shaken up by the whole affair. I did it. I made it the whole flight. I'm not scared of turbulence anymore. He must have been pretty scared. He's repeating the same thing over and over to himself. Lunchland. Not bad. I guess it's gotten big enough to earn its own brand shops. Which should I go with? I recommend our airport special, World Flags lunchboxes, and be available for a limited time. We have a variety of lunchboxes made up to look like different country flags. I wonder if they're meant to take Lunchland to the international market. Well, time to talk to Gumshoe. So, how is the initial investigation going? We just shipped the body off to the coroner's office. And we're taking statements now, sir. That sounds like Francisca. She was always good at quick responses to a case. I'd say she was, a little too quick, sir. Oh, how so? I rushed on over as soon as I got word of the affair, sir. But somehow when I got here, Miss Von Karma was already here barking out orders at everyone. It was kind of creepy, as though she knew there had been a murder or something, and had come in advance to await your flight's arrival. That is sort of odd. She did show up rather quickly and out of the blue. Plus, I still don't know why she's here in America. Probably to make Phoenix's life miserable. Not that that's my problem, because we're on a break. There must be some backstory to all of this. Miss Von Karma just kind of popped up at the prosecutor's office about a week ago, sir. Something about chasing down leads related to a certain incident. No details. It's kinda top secret, so she can't talk about it even with me, sir. Knowing her, the only type of talking she likes to do is with her whip. Plus, I doubt this top secret part was what stopped her from talking to you, detective. Although, I wonder if her case has anything to do with mine. Anyway, that's about all the info I have, sir. We should find out more as we investigate. Yes, it is high time to resume my investigation. Starting with talking to the people involved in this case afresh. Back again. Why does the captain kind of look like Travis Touchdown? March 12, 1:37 p.m. Flight G390, second floor, first class. So you must be the captain. Why, yes, I am, and who might you be? I am the Prodigy Prosecutor, Francisca Von Karma, and I have a few questions for you. Ah, don't you dare, Captain. Getting friendly with another woman. I'll never forgive you if you do. What are you talking about? I only have time for you, my dear Cammy. I wouldn't bet money on our dear Captain to be much of a reputable person. Sure you don't want to ask the Captain some questions, sir? He was in the cockpit the entire time. I highly doubt he would know anything of use. Anyway, I'd like to leave that type of witness to Francisca and her whip. Get wiped, forehead. March 12, 1:40 p.m. Flight G390, first floor, launched. Launch. Yeah, see here. Ah! Sorry, I'm sorry. How long do you intend to hold me? It is impossible for me to be the criminal, I told you. Mr. LeBlanc. Oh, it is you. Tell this man to stop stopping me from going. Time is money. I don't have even 1 second of wasteful time to spend. Oh boy. Not my circus, not my monkeys kind of situation. Looks like we can go beyond her, sir. Plus, the body has been sent off to the medical examiner's office for an autopsy. Ah, Mr. Edway, you have to see this chair. It says in honor of Rocker Pals Day. And what exactly is the big deal with these Rocker Pals? They're a seriously sweet Swiss superstar rock band, sir. Ah, makes me wanna listen to one of their songs right now. Sorry, I got lost in that forest of S's just now. You want me to explain it to you again? You know, detective, I think I'll have to take a rain check on that, regrettably. You got a piano on display? Hey, do you think I can try it out, sir? I think you would know better than to randomly touch things at a crime scene, detective. Besides, I don't know you knew how to play. I didn't know you knew how to play. Of course I do, I'm practically proficient. Interesting. The thing you learn about people on a daily basis. I can get all and ready to come out just right, sir. 2 notes does not a proficient pianist make, detective. There. Hey, this statue! What about it, detective? Did you notice something? I saw this guy in a dream last night. The resemblance is uncanny, sir. You saw him in your dream? Well, yeah, I saw him and then I arrested him. I wanted to show you just how vital I am in our partnership. Being useful in your sleep is of no help to me in the real world, detective. Aw, man, there's a really pretty lady in that plane over there. Ah, she's looking over here. Quick, sir, wave at her with me, please. I refuse to be your wingman on this. There are a few copies of Sky magazine in the magazine rack. This month's special. Oh, it looks like it's an English trivia quiz. Oh, I've got one. What starts with I and means boldly rude and disrespectful? The answer is most definitely insolent. Time's up! Sorry, sir, but the correct answer is insolvent. That's not the right one. Detective Gumshoe, don't tell me your English ability is at the same level as him. Sir, you can't go in there. I'm Miles Edward. I am one of the prosecutors on this case, so please let me through. I'm very sorry, sir. No one is allowed to enter without Miss Von Karma's express permission. But I'm on the case. Yes, sir, I understand that, but I also have explicit instruction not to let you through from Miss Von Karma. Why would you do this to me, Francisca? Is it because of my boyfriend? Can you stop being a dick about my boyfriend, Francisca? God. You finished taking his settlement yet? Yep, well done, sir. I do not consent if you're not done examining the cargo hold. I want my cargo back. If you make a single scratch on my art, you will pay. Art? What sort of art? Mr. LeBlanc is an art dealer, so he's got a bunch of artwork down in the cargo hold, sir. There's practically a mountain of them, large and small. From ball focus to stone statues, I sell all kinds of arts. Old costumes. Speaking of which, Mr. LeBlanc's hat... It kind of looks like that other piece of cloth. That reminds me, I do want to check a little bit more of the suitcase. That's the victim's blood, right, sir? I suspect so, but we won't know much until it's been processed by forensics. Well, it's a good thing no one wanted to buy this suitcase. So, imagine the shock on their face when they go to open it and out pops a dead body. I suppose, although it's really nothing to get all that shocked over. Edward, you're just used to dead bodies, come on. Look at this, sir. I bet the victim used this suitcase as his hiding place. Excuse me? You know, to stow away onto this flight, sir. He must have been inside all along. But someone found him out, and that's when, BAM! He was killed. Actually, that was the plot of a movie I saw recently. Detective Gumshoe, get your head out of the theater and back into reality. There to be this much blood on this piece of cloth. Was the victim wrapped in it at some point? There's something very familiar about this fabric pattern. Okay, I checked it. I just wanted to make sure. I don't know how the controller is working fine and it's not like, you know, rotating the item the entire time, but I'm very thankful that it's not doing that. It was a pain in the ass the other day. Mr. LeBlanc, can you please take a look at this for me? Oh, it's a Burgundian cloth. As I suspected, your hat is made of the same material, I suppose. Yes, of course. This fabric is so famous, orders come from over the seas for more. Okay. Then, this is the cargo you were talking about earlier. No. My cargo this time is much many gigantic. You, detective, when can I have my cargo moved? You can get your cargo back when we're done investigating, pal. The stubbornness of you police, it is no good. And it is no good that attendant refuses to exit the attendance room too. That attendant? I wonder if he's talking about Mr. Nero. What do you mean by that attendant, Mr. LeBlanc? She was taken into the attendance room for her interview. And then they still have not come out. They make no sign of coming out either. I was finished with my own interview much earlier, quicker than her. Why is Mr. Nero's interview the only one that's taking up so much time? Edward, it's because she's probably the murderer. She's not actually the murderer, but that's what they think. Miles, Edward, you were given free rein to examine the plane, weren't you? Yes, I was able to obtain the cooperation of the flight attendants. Speaking of attendants, I'd like to speak with Mr. Nero. I wonder if you might grant me permission to enter the flight attendant's room? Before I do, you still have to clear up a few issues surrounding your own circumstances. I understand. You pain in the ass. You may have tricked those attendants with your sophisticated talking, but you can't pull the wool over my eyes, Miles Edward. God damn it, man. Let's not complicate things and go with the most obvious conclusion. The scene of the crime was here in the very lounge the body was discovered. From the time the victim was seen calling for an attendant until his body was found, the only person in this lounge the entire time was you, Miles Edward. This unmistakably makes you the likeliest suspect. The likeliest suspect, Francisca? Do you have a problem with that? No, but it's not like you to use such vague wording. You're usually a bit more absolute. I'm simply trying to watch out for you. Or is my kindness too hard for you to comprehend? Thank you, but your leniency is unnecessary. For I will prove my innocence soon enough. And also you're pain in my ass. If I want to continue my investigation, I'll have to break her line of logic fast. Okay.
Hold it!
I want to press just in case. So tell me, Francisca, do you know all there is to know about the crime scene? I know that I need to know in order to arrest you. And nothing more. Are you saying there is more I need to know? Why did you eat me, sir? Sorry, Scruffy. My hand must have slipped. It would appear that Francisca doesn't have all the facts in this case yet. Okay, yeah, that's... Okay. I just wanted to make sure there wasn't anything else.
Objection!
It would appear that you did not have all the information you needed after all. And what does that mean? I found a nice piece of evidence just before I was forced to stop investigating. A piece that proves that the body was moved from a different location. The killer used his suitcase to move the victim's body, meaning that the real scene of the crime is not this lounge at all.
Objection!
Now who's the one racially jumping to conclusions? Excuse me. All you did was find this piece of cloth inside the suitcase. That doesn't prove that the body was moved. It could be that the killer simply chose that suitcase as a good place to hide the cloth. I expected you would come to that conclusion. It would seem I can't escape that easily. You should know better than that. Avon Karma is perfect in every way. And yet your dad fell on that murder he did like a year ago. Was that necessary? Yes. But did you know that the killer definitely wheeled the suitcase around at some point?
Objection!
As if there is proof of that. Where's the proof that this suitcase was moved around? What was the proof? Oh, wouldn't it be it might be the piggy bank, unless I'm confused, but... Yeah, no, I think it's a piggy bank, because otherwise it wouldn't make no sense for the piggy bank to have changed locations either. I think.
Take that!
Nope. Okay, yeah, no, I fell. Yeah, what is your answer? That you're an ignorant whippersnapper. Oh, come on, who are you? A fucking old bag? Okay, so what's the, You're just an unforgivable whip snapper. Okay. Yes, it should become clear if I just think about the path the killer took. Oh, right, the footprints.
Take that!
I'm an idiot. I'm so dumb. There's spilled grape juice in front of the elevator. Yes, and I'd like to draw your attention to this area here. Where's the evidence that proves the killer dragged the suitcase marks that are like right there?
Take that!
Like, look there. This mark here, wouldn't you say it looks suspiciously like tracks from two wheels? I suppose. Further, there is also grape juice residue on the wheels of this suitcase. This means that the suitcase containing the victim's body definitely passed through here. I suppose this means that the killer did move the victim's body from somewhere else. I'm glad you come to your senses.
Objection!
Not so fast! This still doesn't put you in the clear, not by a long shot. God fucking damn it, Fran. What do you mean you need a part 2? You prepare yourself and acquire the piggy bank before the plane hit that turbulence. And then you waited for the victim in the lounge where you beat him to death. Then, while you were in the elevator with the victim's body stuffed into the suitcase, the plane hit that patch of turbulence and out flew the body from within the suitcase. With no doubt, you hastily put the suitcase back where you had taken it from, and pretended to be the discoverer of the body. Not a bad bit of logic for something you thought of on the fly. Just what are you insinuating? But I will show you exactly how flawed your logic is. And also, really, Francisca, why are you doing this? Are you still angry about your dad? Like the guy who murdered my dad? Is it about my boyfriend? You have to tell me if it's about my boyfriend. But if it's about my dad, I'm not going to apologize about what happened. Okay? Fuck your dad. No matter how strong of a face you put on, not even you can hide your fears from me. I'll expose the flaws in her logic in one fell swoop. I mean, there's already a giant, like, error on the logic at the very beginning. Yeah, there. That's, like, not possible. Oh, goddammit.
Objection!
Like, that's already impossible. The fact that you took this piece of evidence into account in your testimony is to be commended. Your legal prowess is certainly something to be feared. Evidence and logic. Essential tools that those who would stand in a courtroom must learn to master. But what if there was a fake piece of evidence thrown into the mix? A fake. This Captain Hugo piggy bank is such a fake. It is not the real murder weapon. What? The timing of when the bank was taken from the shop is important. And it was taken after the turbulence had occurred. But then what about the blood on the bank? What do you make of that? I assume it was added after the murder when the killer fabricated this weapon. Looking at it this way, the killer basically did 3 things after the turbulence. After exiting the elevator, the killer brought the suitcase to the shop and left it there. Then the killer proceeded to pick the bank up from off the floor and took it to fabricate a fake murder weapon by hitting the victim on the head. I love that Edward is just like there. He's just thrown on the floor there, just having a nap. He got hit by the turbulent sleepy slap and he's been napping since then. Look at this man. He's so silly. Just sleeping like that. Finally, the victim's wallet was planted on my personage, in my pocket to be precise. Everything was done so that I would be framed for the murder of Mr. Agby Hicks. You there! Yes, ma'am. Other than this piggy bank, was anything else resembling a murder weapon found? We didn't find anything in this lounge or in the shop that could be used as one, ma'am. Most of the items that could have been used were broken during the turbulence. And the remaining items all tested negative for any trace of blood. I see. Well, Miles Edward, it appears your stall tactics are at an end. But it's possible that it is just hidden somewhere, sir. If the criminal had wanted to hide the weapon in a safer place, I think the weapon would have been hidden in the same place as the bloody cloth. Exactly what I was thinking. Because the cloth was hidden inside that suitcase, it signals to me that the killer had not prepared a more secure place to hide the evidence. Which means that the real murder weapon is either still on the murderer's personage, or is still at the real crime scene. Objection! There is one more possibility. Wait, I need to hydrate. Time for me to end up with like an extremely sore throat. Playing Ace Attorney games is just a lot of reading, and it's gonna fuck up my throat. And that would be that the piggy bank is in fact the real weapon. But didn't we just... Let me finish. The killer took the bank out from the display case before the turbulence by opening the lock on the display case door. And it was at that time that the glass pane in the door was broken. I'd say that's a perfectly reasonable line of reasoning, wouldn't you say? Let's see, so that means that the killer had the key to the display case. Franziska, the person you're talking about... Not so fast, I'm not finished. The person I'm talking about also committed another sin. She tricked the captain and granted you permission to conduct your investigation. Yes, it is the sin of lying. Franziska, technically lying is not a sin. Technically lying is not a sin, Franziska. Like, it's not counted. I guess it can count, but like, it's not just the lying that's the problem, it's the lying that you use to take advantage of something else. Like, it's not the usage of a lie that's the sin. The sin is like lying for the sake of getting like something for yourself, basically. Like, that's the main issue with the lying. That's what white lies are a thing. And most people don't go to confession for white lies. Speaking of which, I recall that you also wish to speak with her. Yes. Very well. Permission granted, but only if I can sit in on your interrogation. Do we understand each other? I have no intention of interrogating her. You are welcome to accompany me if you so wish. The center is in the flight attendant's room. Let's move. Yay! Finally. March 12, 2:23 p.m. Flight G390, first floor, flight attendant's room. So you're the one that poked around inside this plane without the captain's permission. Ma'am? Deviating from the flight attendant's manual is very unbecoming, you know. What were you hoping to accomplish by doing that? Hi. Mr. Nero? Ah, Mr. Edward, you're here too. Can you please help us and shed some light on what you did and why you did what you did? Alright. It's pretty easy to tell who sleeps in which bunk just by looking. I'm almost certain that the well kept up top belongs to Mr. Nero. Yeah, the bottom one is a giant mess. You sloven, squalid scoundrel of a man. You dare to scrutinize a woman's bed and invade her privacy. There are some things in life that's kept to yourself, detective. What exactly is this panel for? That's the emergency control panel for the elevator. We use it to stop the elevator on the first floor and to keep its doors open. So these are the attendants' lockers, huh? Let's hurry up and examine them, sir. Why must men always be so rude? Besides, who exactly gave you permission to search through the attendants' lockers? Wait, detective! It would be unkind of us to look in a woman's locker without her permission. Yeah, I guess so. Plus, I feel this murderous draft and I can sense a whip not far behind. It's one of those suitcases designed by Mr. Nero. You can tell it's hardly ever been used with the lack of even a single scratch on it. And what are inside these boxes? Oh, those are some souvenirs I brought in Virginia. There's so many! There's even a second box! Well, yes, I find that folk art from around the world does great things for my creativity. The suitcase certainly could have done with a whole lot less of your creativity. What is all this junk inside these boxes? There's no rhyme or reason to any of it. That's all lost and found, Mr. Edward. Gold crowns and swords and necklaces. It's like a treasure trove in here, sir. The fact that these were left on the plane implies that they were carried onto it to begin with. Something tells me it's time for Goyu to send its metal detectors out for repairs. Okay, time to talk to you. Why did you lie about receiving the captain's permission like that? Because I didn't think I would be able to get his permission. What do you mean? The captain, he only has ears for Kami. I spoke with the captain a little earlier myself. He definitely seems to be rather taken with his meal. Yes, and on top of that, I had mistakenly accused Mr. Edward of being the killer. I wanted to make amends. In that case, please allow me to thank you for what you did. Thanks to you, I was able to clear myself of all charges. Really? You were able to prove your innocence? Oh, thank goodness. Mr. Nero, is it? There is one more thing I'd like to ask you. You were in the in-flight shop just before the turbulence, weren't you? Please answer honestly. Yes, I was. And why were you there? Well, why the sudden hesitation? Francisca seems to have struck a nerve. All I did was go check up on the shop like I always do. You're saying it was for work then? Yes, I'm in charge of the shop, so I have to keep an eye on it. I don't have any reason to go there otherwise. After your visit to the shop, you paid a visit to this room, correct? Yes, I came back to freshen up and adjust my makeup. I'm sorry, but there isn't much else to tell. Mr. Nero claims to have no reason other than duty to go to the shop. But is that all there is to it? Maybe I should ask her about that thing. You know, this thing. If you could please take a look at this for me, Mr. Nero. Oh, that suitcase. Yes, about this suitcase, you are the one who designed it, correct? And I think I figured something else about it. The suitcase is the reason you went to the shop, isn't it? That's nothing you won't find out eventually, is there? Won't you please tell me more about this suitcase? Yes, I was interested in seeing how the suitcases that I had designed with Celine. I know that as a service professional I'm not supposed to care. But I really wanted to know. I was glad to see that it was the last one there. The last one there? So you're saying, Mr. Nero, that the suitcase in question was the last one? Yes, they're just so popular they're practically flying off the shelves. That's not exactly the impression I got. The one in the shop was definitely the last one. Well, we're currently looking at that suitcase. Really? Then I guess we sold all of them. Thank you very much for taking the last one. I didn't say anything about buying it. Then say you'll buy it. I'm sorry, I can't. But why? I think it'd go great with your complexion, Mr. Edward. It really suits you. I guarantee it personally as a service professional. Well, that is... How should I put this? It's hideous. What? Maybe that was a bit too direct. No, Edward, someone still have to tell someone that they have terrible taste, okay? Sometimes you have to put you have to put your hand on someone's shoulder and very gently you have to tell them that they have awful fucking sense and they need to take like a color coordination class. Moving on, my issue with the suitcases isn't the design, it's the number of them remaining. Remaining? There were 2 suitcases in the in-flight shop when I investigated it. 2, but that's impossible. I'm sure there was only 1. Looks like her story has generated quite the contradiction. When I left the shop, I'm positive there was only 1 suitcase left. Something is amiss here. What could be the meaning of this inconsistency? By the way, Miss Nero, what is one of those suitcases doing here? That's... I thought you said there was only 1 left. That one is, it's mine. I've used it for a very long time now. She used it for a very long time? I think not. Mr. Nero, I'd appreciate it if you wouldn't lie to me. Excuse me? I don't believe for even 1 second that you've used this for a very long time. But proves that this hasn't been used for nearly as long as Mr. Nero says. Well, it still has the fucking tag.
Take that!
Tell me, Mr. Nero, it is also your habit to keep the price tag pristine on your suitcase? What is the meaning of this? Why would you lie about a suitcase? Despite having faith in her design sense, the sales number made her cry with her tears. The truth is becoming increasingly clear to me. Mr. Nero, I think I understand. I know what you are trying to hide. Now then, the suitcase was originally in the in-flight shop. Seeing as how the price tag is still on the suitcase, one can only assume it was out on the floor for sale in the shop. And the person who bought the suitcase was... yourself.
Take that!
It was you, wasn't it, Mr. Nero? I hate to say this, but this suitcase that you designed, it hasn't sold very well, has it? You saw how poorly this designed that you poured your heart into was selling, and were deeply hurt. So you wanted to make it look like you were selling by buying it yourself. Isn't that right? Then, the reason you went to the shop and came back here was... I'm sorry. All I really have is my job. I was overjoyed when my design was chosen. I thought that maybe I had finally accomplished something. But the suitcases didn't sell because they were fucking ugly as shit. It's because of the design, isn't it? Well, because it's as you put it, hideous. I can't say that they chose a great place in which to sell them either. We weren't selling a single one, and they were just sitting there collecting dust. I felt so bad seeing them there, day in and day out. So I decided to put one for every flight I worked. What? Like, one for every flight? Like, woman, you're a flight attendant. How many did you buy? You buy one every single time you work a flight? I see. So in order to give you a resolution, you went and bought one today as well. Yes, and here's my receipt for that purchase. This receipt is clearly timestamped at 5:40 a.m. The truth is, there's still a bunch of them left unsold. They're planning to scrap the remaining ones at the end of this flight. Mr. Nero, where are these other suitcases? They should all be down in the cargo hold. Then the suitcase the killer used could very well have come from the cargo hold. Mr. Edward, you don't think that the killer used one of my suitcases too? Yes, I do. The killer used one of your beloved suitcases to move the victim's body. How could they? The suitcases were meant to be faithful partners to our passengers on their trips. That's all I ever wished for them to be. Mr. Nero, is there any other way to get the cargo hold to the cargo hold other than the elevator? The only other way is just through that door there. And what about security? The door has no special lock installed because just to enter this room, you need a special keycard that only crew members have access to. Which means that the culprit is someone who can enter this room, eliminating the passengers and leaving only crew members as potential suspects. I can't believe it. Yes, Francisca. Going on these wild goose chases. You're a disgrace to the Von Karma name. And what do you mean by that? This suitcase came from the cargo hold. That fact alone tells the whole story. Yes, which is why I said the culprit must be a crew member who used their keycard. Miles Edward! You're proposing that the killer rode the elevator from the cargo hold, correct? Yes, that's the only realistic possibility. That other attendant, Miss Meal. I asked her earlier and she had this to say. Francisco got information out of Miss Meal? In order to take the elevator down to the cargo hold, a different keycard is required. A different one. Yes, and the only person who holds that particular card is you, Miss Rhoda Tenero, and only you. What? Is this true, Mr. Nero? Yes, I keep that keycard in my locker at all times. Could you please show us that card right now? Yes, hold on. I don't believe it. What's wrong? The keycard, it's gone. Ha. Very clever. Pretending that your card was stolen when in fact you're just trying to hide it from us. You really thought this through. Wait, it's not like that. You can tell us all about what it's like down on the station. Officer, arrest this woman. Yes, ma'am. Mr. Edward. Well, Edward, you're gonna have to do something. You know, Fran, that was kind of rude. What's wrong? There's disbelief written all over your face. Francisca, I know that you are the lead investigator on this case. However, you're also a little bitch. Hold it. Don't even think about wasting any more of my time. You know the rules as well as I do. I was 2 seconds away from rickrolling, and then I was debating with myself, should I start singing the rickroll? And it's like, no, I should not. Evidence speaks louder than words. Even if this is in a core room, that basic tenet still applies. I intend to investigate the cargo hold now. What will you do, Miles Edward? I intend to do likewise. Bitch. Ass. Douche. March 12, 2:52 p.m. Flight G390, lower deck, cargo hold. Whoa, so this is the cargo hold, huh? It's so big! This plane is a special model. It has both a super large cargo hold and an ultra luxurious first class seating. Very unrealistic. So this is the real scene of the murder. There is certainly a high probability of that, which is why we are here, correct? Okay, let's get investigating, sir. All sorts of boxes are piled up here. This one says flammable, and this one it says pharmaceuticals. This one says for exorcism use only. Just what kind of operation is this airline running? Have you noticed anything strange happening around here? No, sir, I haven't noticed a thing. I'm not sure that he meant to sound so oblivious. Holy suitcases, Mr. Edward! It's like an all-you-can-use suitcase fair. These must be all the leftover ones they couldn't sell. The ones the company is planning to dispose of after this flight is over. This paint job is really cool, don't you think? It practically screams artsy. Oh, why not purchase one then? I'm sure it will bring you much happiness. You think so? Then maybe I will. Let's see here. $1,200? I think I'll pass. And my scenario wonders why they don't sell. You need 2 jobs just to buy one. Although, it definitely looks like one is missing. Where's this brittle substance I'm stepping on? There's a bunch of glass fragments? Keeping track of these many pieces of cargo must be very taxing on the cargo crew. This sure brings back memories of when I worked as a part-time mover, sir. By the look in his eyes, he's waiting for me to ask about the rest of the story. But no matter how he pours on the puppy eyes, I have no intention of doing so. Ah yes, keep your bed sheets dry. I didn't know that this plane was capable of carrying such large pieces of cargo. This thing is as tall as 2 of you on top of each other, sir. It will probably take 20 of you to cover the entire surface of this monstrosity. What, really? Yeah, I guess that sounds about right. There really is no need to take that throwaway estimate seriously, detective. Hey, what's with the suitcase, pal? It's what the victim checked in, sir. So this suitcase belonged to Mr. Hicks. I don't think he'd mind if we took a closer look. Now that he's super mega dead. There's nothing out of the ordinary in here, sir. Wait, a file. And there's a photo of his own karma in it, sir. It looks like a profile on Francisca. Why would Mr. Hicks have had a file on her? You're right at the scene of the crime before Detective Gumshoe, correct? And you then immediately began to direct the investigation. It seems to me you were already here at this airport for something besides this murder. Yes, I was. I've been following a very large and involved governmental level international crime. But it's much too large for one person to take on alone. So it was decided that I should form a joint investigation with Interpol. Oh boy, you know what that means? We're gonna start dealing with the Interpol again. Interpol is involved. It's a top secret operation, so yeah, I really can't tell you any more than I already have. Hmm. Is there anything here that I could? I don't think so. We're gonna have to deal with that fucking guy, you know the one. The Interpol guy. I think we can safely conclude that these fragments are from a pair of glasses. And the victim was wearing a pair of broken glasses. Exactly what I was thinking. I'm sure that the shards would match up perfectly with the remnants of his glasses lenses. Ergo, the victim was here, just as I suspected. So you're saying that the real scene of the crime was here, sir? Isn't that what I've been saying for a while now? Oh, is it? I didn't know that. Perhaps a bit early to draw that conclusion. However, I believe the probability has just skyrocketed considerably. All that's left is to find the murder weapon. This is the thing that, Shilong Lang. God, I don't dislike the guy, but he's so annoying sometimes. Okay, yeah, it does work. Now, why would Mr. Hicks have documents profiling Francisca? Oh, I know, I bet he's a big fan of Miss Montgarma, sir. Francisca said that she had come to this airport as part of an Interpol investigation. Oh, maybe Mr. Hicks had ordered had heard she was coming here and he followed her? Detective, I think it's more likely that Mr. Hicks was in actuality Interpol agent Hicks. I think Francisca has some explaining to do. You came to this airport to rendezvous with the victim, didn't you? Nonsense! What are you talking about? We found a profile detailing information about you in the victim's luggage. I suppose it was prepared for him so that he could recognize you when he landed. Which makes him not Mr. Hicks, but rather Interpol agent Hicks. Isn't that correct? I should have known you'd figure it out, Miles. But it looks like they got to him first. So you really did come here to receive an Interpol agent then? Yes. Agent Hicks was on the trail of a very large international smuggling ring. He went on the coven to investigate this crime. And it was I who put him on this case. I was supposed to receive a call from him on his cell phone once he had landed. I never expected to receive a call about his murder, he said. I think we now have pretty definitive evidence that Agent Hicks came down here to the cargo hall. But what was he doing down here, sir? That's nothing but luggage. Gumshoe? Gumshoe, sweetie, honey, darling. I need to hydrate. Gumshoe, where do you think the smuggling items are located? Like, where do you think they put... Gumshoe. Oh, I get it. Maybe he forgot something in his suitcase and came down to get it. Agent Hicks came here for a work-related reason. Of that, I'm sure. Yeah, I'm sure he was here to investigate the smuggling operation he was observing. Francisca, do you know exactly how he intended to pursue his investigation? No, unfortunately I was going to find out from him after he landed. I see, but this raises another question. A normal passenger can't access the cargo hold on their own. Agent Hicks must have identified himself to a member of the crew and entered the cargo hold with that person who let him in. Yes, and then he was murdered here. These glass fragments and his broken glasses are a testament to that. And then the killer put Agent Hicks into one of the spare suitcases and they entered the elevator, but while they were riding it up, the plane hit that patch of turbulence. Because of the intense shaking, the suitcase popped open and Agent Hicks' body flew out. At the same time, his wallet fell out of his pocket, spilling its contents everywhere. Which explained why there was money scattered all over the elevator floor. I think it's pretty easy to say who the culprit is at this stage. What? Really, sir? I know what you're thinking, Mars Edward. But the killer can be none other than Miss Rhoda Tenero. God damn it, Fran. If it was a crew member, any one of them could have shown Agent Hicks to the cargo hall. But the point to keep in mind is that the keycard that allows the elevator to come down here, the only person with such high-level access is Miss Rhoda Tenero. I said that that's a pretty sensitive piece of information, wouldn't you say? I know what she's trying to say, but I'm not certain it's as simple as that. Especially with the woman who clearly has control over the captain around.
Hold it!
That might be true, but then it could be anyone, including Miss Mill or even the captain. Don't be a fool. A plane without a pilot in the cockpit is like a horse without a rider, crop in hand. Much like a Scruffy over there. Can't disagree with her on that. The Dickie Gum Show does always need a guiding hand. Very well, then what about the other flight attendant, Miss Mill? I thought you might ask about her.
Hold it!
But it's highly likely that the keycard was stolen from Miss Tenero. It's highly likely. Is that possibility the best you can come up with? And you call yourself a disciple of my father? Yes, well, I don't have any evidence. Also, Francisca, I hate you a lot. He was kind of a fucking asshole. Be quiet, you're a disgrace. There's more evidence pointing to Miss Rhoda Tenero, you know. It's not just the keycard that gives her away. Are you talking about the murder weapon, the Captain Hugo piggy bank? Yes, she's also the only person with a key to open the display case.
Hold it!
But that is a fake. Stop right there, Miles Edward. You don't have any proof that this is just a red herring. If you must keep on insisting that it's a fake, then what is a real murder weapon and where did it go? Speechless, I see. That's not a surprise. After all, you know that we've searched the entire cargo hold and came up empty-handed. There must be a way. There must be something that can help me rule out the piggy bank as a murder weapon. What should we examine further to help us discern the authenticity of the weapon? Good question. Because he was hit on the back of the head. And there's this little piece of blood here. There's some blood on the corners. But otherwise... I don't know, its head was found inside a display case in the in-flight shop. I wonder if that fact has any bearing on this case. That's the thing that gets me. Otherwise... God, it's so good that this is not rotating constantly. Thank the Lord. I think the crime scene, like there has to be something in this crime scene, because the piggy bank clearly is just... I don't know, it feels like it's a setup. I think we should examine the crime scene in more detail. We might turn up the murder weapon if we search the cargo and luggage. Did you think I hadn't thought of that? Even now we're searching through them. But we haven't found anything that even closely resembles a murder weapon. Alright then. Okay, then what? Oh, goddammit, I didn't mean to. I clicked too fast. We should examine the... Yeah, okay. Yeah. We look into the other, there's no sign of anything on it. We can't discount that it contains the mother weapon that far not long. Okay, yeah, okay. Yeah, no, it's the body, okay. I clicked a little too fast. Well, press the button, rather. Yeah, the body is what makes the most sense. Francisca, I think you were too quick to jump to your conclusions. Oh, was I? Yes, we don't even have the autopsy results yet. And imagine if, like, for example, you got an updated autopsy report in like 5 minutes after getting the original one. That would be silly, wouldn't it? How can I not say that you made up a snap judgment when you have yet to even see if the wound on Agent Seed's head is consistent with the murder weapon? Scruffy! Yes, sir! Contact the medical examiner's officers at once! I wish to hear the results of Agent Hicks' autopsy. Now! Yes, sir! 2 hours later. We got a big problem, Mr. Edwards, sir. Yeah? What is it, detective? They're still doing the autopsy, but they said that they already know this one thing for sure. Report now. The dog said that it's one giant bruise from a beating from his shoulder down to his mid-back. From the victim's shoulder to his mid-back? He was beaten over such a wide area? Well, that said, maybe it's a sign the killer had a grudge against Agent Hicks. It wasn't just his head, the killer went all out and hit him multiple times, sir. Head to mid-back. Scruffy! What is had a grudge against Agent Hicks supposed to mean? Well, that's, Was the wound on the victim's head consistent with the murder weapon, detective? Oh, well, they said that they were still looking into that, sir. You're completely useless! Yeah. Sir, I told you already, you can't go down here. No, you remove yourself from my way. What is all that racket? Oh, it's that guy. My luggage! My cargo! They're mine and I demand you return them to me! We're still investigating the cargo hold. Please understand and have a little patience. I suppose there is no choice. Finally, I think he gave... Hey, what are you? You have left me no choice but to use the strong force. Ah! You won't get past me. This is... Wait, that's it. So that's what this whole thing has been about. Further, there is a matter of the key to the display case that held that murderous bank. After all, you know that we've searched the entire cargo hold and came up empty-handed. The dog said it's one giant bruise from a beating from his shoulder down to his mid-back. Okay, how do I have to combine this? Like, it's something that was like, he fell, like, that's what happened, like, that's what the hit is so extensive, but... This is where I waste all of my sanity, because I'm trying to figure out how to connect here. Okay, it's not like that. That piece doesn't fit together quite right. Okay, so it's not that. Like, clearly it's not the murder weapon because the hit is too large. So maybe I can combine these two? Hey, that's okay, that's okay. Allegedly, the killer struck the victim many times over, which is why there is extensive bruising over such a wide area. But is that really the correct conclusion to draw from the evidence? The bruise from his shoulder to the middle of his back is one continuous mark, which is more suggestive of a single blow to the back. If that's the case, then the piggy bank is much too small to have caused that. Therefore, the murder weapon must be something far bigger. If we're looking for a rather large weapon, you think it would stick out. But so far, we haven't found anything that resembles a weapon of any sort. Perhaps, just perhaps, it's something we all overlooked from the very beginning. Because normally, it's too impossibly big to be taken into consideration. Well, what was that all about? Was he trying to jump his way down here? Franziska? What? What do you want? I found it, Franziska. I found the real murder weapon. You did? He really jumped. We didn't realize it until now, but the answer has been right in front of us this whole time. He might be hurt. We should go check up on him, sirs. There's that pompous attitude of yours again. You should learn to drop that habit. He's coming from a prosecutor with a habit of whipping everyone she comes across. Anyway, if you really are a prosecutor, then you'll back yourself up with evidence. You two aren't listening at all, are you? Come on then, show me this real murder weapon you speak of. Oh wait! That thing is the real murder weapon. I think this actually is how it works.
Take that!
No, goddammit. I suppose. Goddammit, Edward. What is that supposed to mean, you fool? That was practice just now for when I would show you the real murder weapon. Why don't we add practice whippings to your routine as well? I need to think about the circumstances of the victim's death in a different way. It's a wide bruise running from the victim's shoulder down to his meat bag. Maybe I should focus on what could cause such a large bruise in one strike. Like, it's either that or he actually got hit with, like, the actual suitcase, which would also cause, like, a gigantic amount of damage. But arguably the evidence is right in front of us. I don't have any evidence to show you. Foolish reasoning for a foolish fool from a foolishly foolish fool meant to fool me. What do you mean by that I don't have any evidence to show? Perhaps I should have phrased it as, that which caused Agent Hicks' death is incorporeal. Forgive me, but I do believe I have figured out what was the real cause of death. Freefall. The victim fell from a great height and subsequently died as a result. In other words, the real cause of death is free falling to the ground. He fell to his death? Yes, this is the only plausible possibility. The victim has extensive bruising on the back of his head and his back, and the only rational explanation for these injuries is that he fell to his death. But the murder happened inside this plane. I know. Are you claiming that there is some place in this plane from which he could have fallen from? As I said earlier, the answer has been right in front of us the entire time. You can't mean. Yes, I do. The victim fell from the top of the stairs of this very cargo hall. What? Then, we're in trouble. We may have a second degree on your hands, sirs. Hey, you! Tell me you're undead, pal. Quiet! Why are you screaming? He's alive! And there you have it, Miles Edward. It's not possible that Agent Hicks fell over the railing to his death. That man is living proof of that. I suppose it's true that it's not possible, given the current circumstances. The current circumstances? What is that supposed to mean? Suppose that a large piece of cargo wasn't there at the time. What would have happened then? He would have been a Borginian pancake for sure, sir. I suppose that man over there would have still be breathing. The reality is that the cargo box is there. So there is no point in entertaining your wild hypothetical scenarios. It may be there now. There is no proof that it was always there. As if there could have been a window of time when the giant box was not there. Ah, but there was. What? What can I use to show her that it's possible the box was not always in where it is now? Yeah, the cargo and refuel transfer point.
Take that!
You refueling the Republic of Shenfa? Yes, this flight had a short layover in Shenfa in order to refuel. But that wasn't the only reason for the layover. We also transferred some cargo. What if the box in question was only transferred onto the plane at that time? To further prove my point, let's take a look at what's next to the box in question. Ah, it's labeled Shenfa Express. Correct, meaning it was loaded onto the plane in Shenfa. Now, what if the box in question was also loaded on the same time? It would mean that the box was not here in the cargo hold during the Europe-Shenfa leg of the flight, making a clear drop from which Agent Hicks could have fallen to his death entirely possible. Ah, but your theory is still very far-fetched. Then allow me a chance to prove how very likely my scenario is. The first step of business will be to examine that piece of cargo in more detail. Whee! This is a rather large piece of cargo. There's a tag on it, sir. Let's see. A leaf red statue. Never heard of it. Nor I, but all I care about is if we can prove it wasn't here at the time of the crime. And let's get investigating, sir. Look here. Do not go about touching my possessions without my permission. Ah, don't rush up on me like that, pal. So this belongs to Mr. LeBlanc, does it? I should see what else I can find out from him. I take it that this large piece of cargo belongs to you, Mr. LeBlanc? Of course it is mine. I shipped this fine piece of art from Europe. This Alif Red statue is worth 10 million cents. No, maybe much more. Mr. LeBlanc's reasons for choosing this plane must have been the large cargo haul. 10 million cents? I suggest you stop trying to calculate how many packets of noodles that makes, detective. Man, how do you do that? I feel like you keep getting better and better and seeing right through me every year. Though I grow with each revolution of the planet around the sun, I have the distinct impression he continues to madly spin in place. Hey, Mr. Edwards, so that 10 million cents, is that in euros or in dollars? Does it really make a difference to our case? Mr. LeBlanc, there is a chance that your cargo hold is related to our murder case. I mean, to be fair, the euro is worth less than the US dollar right now, so I do believe it might matter. At least to some people. And 10 million cents, that's like $1,000 technically. I think. Like, you have to take a couple of zeros out. Yeah, I think I think it's like $1,000. 10,000 maybe? Like... I was wondering if you would allow us to examine it a bit closer. It is a very valuable piece of art, so no, there will be no touching. handle with care. Why do you show me something of no value? Show me the bread first and maybe we will talk. Wait, he wants me to pay him before he'll comment on this? What an asshole. Oh, wait, this photo. Okay, so he won't talk to me about the thing in the photo. Okay. Keeping track of this many pieces of cargo must be very taxing on the cargo crew. You sure? Okay, yeah, this is the same as before. The 4 suitcases. Too bad for me scenario, but this design is unmarketable. Ah, but what if it was cheaper, sir? Do you think they'd sell it to me on a discount? Oh, or why don't they sell them in the airport and have a bargain basement sale? But one get one free. If you win the raffle, you get one more for free. How about those ideas, sir? I think if they did that, everyone would lose. All sorts of boxes that pile up here. Okay, this is the same as before. Oh, I just love pushing the buttons on elevators and crosswalk signs. Yeah, you should give it a try, sir. Go on, push it. The elevator is currently stopped on the first floor, detective. It can't move. Oh, yeah, I guess nothing would happen if you push it in now. Well, nothing would happen normally anyway without the special keycard. The door to the attendance room and the elevator controls panels require a keycard, which makes it impossible for a passenger to come down here. So Mr. Hicks was actually an Interpol agent. That is so cool. I can't believe he was from Interpol. The adventure. My throat. The glamour. I need to hydrate. And the miraculous big escape when you get caught by the enemy. Except in this case, I want no big escape. And no miracle. If I may have a word with you, Francisca, I don't think you have the time for idle chatter. You still need to prove to me that your hypothetical situation is in fact reality. Well, I guess I'm gonna have to talk to this asshole again. Passport. Okay, no, it's not the cell phone. I just wanted to check, since he had a lot of commentary on that. What a waste! How horrible to see a priceless piece of cloth soiled. I assure you it wasn't me. I believe it to be the work of the killer. I will teach that killer a lesson. You can be sure I will. It will be the LeBlanc Revolution. I think he meant the LeBlanc Retribution, but either way, it sounds intimidating. Okay, not that. I mean, the cloth was here. Okay. No, even though the schedule is there. Like, I'm trying to think. Was there anything that I'm... Passport. It says his passport is all there is there. Yeah, like... Would like to open it though. Like, I know it's a guy's passport, but you never know. I can't think of anything. No, not this. Like, I come to the point where, like, minor contusion due to blunt force trauma to the back of the head. Used to have been extensively beaten up on the upper half of his back. 3 AM and 4:30 AM. Wait. 3 AM and 4:30 AM. Wait. The inconsistency here. Time of death between 3 AM and 4:30. Do I have anything here? Yeah, there it is. That was what I was forgetting. That good logic. Hi, Masha. Hi. Mr. LeBlanc has something to do with the smuggling ring. Then it's possible this fake statue was brought on board on Shenfa. I think I need to question him a bit further. Okay, that was what I was missing. About your statue, Mr. LeBlanc, I wonder if it might be a fake. You're looking especially mochi peeled. I mean, I am mochi shaped. Or maybe I just didn't have breakfast. Well, you should have breakfast there. Eat food. Food is good. Go have food. God. What is wrong with you? What was I saying? Oh, I wonder if it might be a fake. What? How dare you say that? Say my art is fake? I suspect that your statue might be the target of an international smuggling ring. Don't say such fanatical things. Those thieves will not dare. I have the certification of my cargo right here. Do you mean the cargo certification document? Mr. Sink LeBlanc, why didn't you say so earlier? Please show it to us at once. I can't read this. What does it say? It says as plain as day the cargo was put into the plane in Europe. And there you have it, Miles Edward. Too bad for you. This statue was brought on board in Europe, just as it states in this certificate. No, that's... Which means that there never was a window of time in which a statue wasn't sitting there. His honest reaction to that. I respectfully disagree. You can't discount the theory until I see the statue for myself. Then you can have your wish. Look at it yourself and see I am right. This, I know I've seen this somewhere before. Is it the Alif Red? It gives such a feeling of art. I can practically smell it. This statue has a high amount of historic value. After it was unveiled at a museum in Europe, I brought it to this country to exhibit it. I believe a closer look is warranted here. So this is the infamous Alif Red statue. What is it, Mr. Edward? Do you find something? There's something wrong with this picture. We should examine it in more detail. This eye is made of some sort of gem. That's a real nice shade of orange. For a second, I couldn't even tell they were jewels. But they kind of remind me of the eyes of this stray cat that lives near my house. The eye is supposed to be this color? Is it possible this statue is a fake? As a matter of fact, it is.
Eureka!
These eyes are awfully orange, don't you think? Yeah, and pretty. They remind me of sunsets when I was in grade school, sir. I don't think you see what I'm talking about. Nope, I do. But it's really like the color of the sun when it's setting, sir. Ah, the memories. I remember standing out in that field, spinning my arms out until I fell ill. I don't care about sunsets. Focus, detective. What color are the eyes in this photo? Huh? Ah, sir, they're red. As I thought, this statue is a fake. Mr. LeBlanc, what do you want? Do you not know I am a busy man? I allow you 2 seconds for your answer. Dear Leaf Red, I suppose this is your pride and joy, is it not? Let's go. He's such a girlfell. Gumshoe is a disaster, but that's exactly how we love him. It is the biggest trophy on this European trip. Do you know why I wanted to possess this statue? The trigger started 17 years ago. Better grab a chair, sir. Looks like this is gonna be a long story. Mr. LeBlanc, I regret to inform you, and you have my heartfelt sympathy, but... What is that? Sympathy? For what? You see, I'd like you to compare the eyes. That large fellow there has a very bright and pretty eyes compared to you. I wasn't talking about the 2 of us. I meant the eyes of the statue in front of us and the one in this photo. Why the sudden yelly? Now then... Oh. It is a photo of the statue on display at the museum in Europe. Now do you see, Mr. LeBlanc? The statue before us is a fake. A fake! I believe that even further examination will be required. Now that we have confirmation this is indeed a fake. They could have painted the gems red too. Like, they did a very shitty job at making this fake. Just saying. There must be some sort of proof that this was brought on board in Shenfa, and I will present to you evidence that will resolve the remaining contradiction. Let's see... I can't believe you were able to tell this was a fake from a single glance, sir. You knew right away that its eyes were a different color than the ones in the photo. Yes, unlike a certain detective who needs to try a little harder. The fact that this is a fake, it means it was swapped with the real one at some point. Okay. This Leaf Red is fake. Our dealer isn't looking too happy about it either, sir. I will get to the bottom of this for his sake as well as mine. Let's see... Oh, I pressed on something that I had already touched. Oh, there. What's this? Ooh, what's this? It actually looks like it's stepping all over its neighbor's cloth cover. It kinda resembles on the attitude in a sense. Ho ho! You! What do you say now? Further, my clothing hem is not being stepped on by anyone. It is too expensive for me to allow that to happen. Please forgive the trespasses of my subordinate. Why should I forgive if the dress passes? Unless it is an expensive dress, you keep it. Edward's honest reaction to that. What have we here? It says Shenfa Express on the cloth, sir. Something is tugging on the corner of my mind, as if though something is out of place. I'm pretty sure he's... Yeah, here is probably the best place to do it. And it would be... Yeah, this. I think it's this one. Yeah. There's clearly a contradiction here. What are you going on about? It's just a simple case of cargo cover getting stuck under another piece of cargo. Ah! That's not possible. But it is. It shouldn't be this way. The statue is on top of the cloth. Supposing that the neighboring piece of cargo was brought on board in Shenfa, there is no way that any part of it should wind up under something from Europe, which means that this fake statue was smuggled on board in Shenfa. Then what about the cargo certificate? Let me ask in return, what about Agent Hicks? Why did he come down here in the middle of the flight? There is only one reason why, to secure proof of smuggling activity on board this flight. So you say, but I don't believe he had to do that mid-flight. We could have just as easily inspected all of the cargo after the plane landed. That may be true, however, you have it backwards, Francisco. Sure, Agent Hicks could have waited until after the plane had landed, but he had a reason for coming down to the cargo hold. Suppose he had found the fake at the airport, it would have been after the swap had occurred. At that time, the suspicion would naturally fall onto the statue's owner, who would have no way to prove that the statue was switched without his knowledge. Which means there is someone involved who is forging or modifying cargo certificates. And now I'm healed. I guess the victim knew the real version of this was gonna get nabbed, huh? Yes, well, this photo could be seen as something more than a simple souvenir. It was in fact taken to be used as a reference document later on. Next, Agent Hicks had to secure proof that the smuggling had taken place. He came down here to take a picture of the cargo hold. A rather empty one at that, right before the fake statue could be loaded on board. Edward always serving con. That's what he does. He's just a professional at it. Like, he lives to do that, and to annoy other people, more often than not. A photo of the hole missing a valuable piece of cargo would have been proof enough. After that, all he had to do was hold the Shenfa cargo crew and arrest the smuggler. Exactly. This also goes to prove my theory. If the statue was not here in the cargo hold during the Europe-Shenfa leg of the trip, there would have been enough height from which Agent Hicks could have fallen to his death. Officer! Move the statue immediately. I want a thorough examination of the floor underneath. Now! And to kick Phoenix. Yeah, but also to make him miserable. Like, he has to make Phoenix miserable before he kisses him. It's just how the relationship works. Miss Von Karma, ready to report my findings? Go on. After moving the Alifred statue out of the way, we tested the area underneath with Lumino, and there was a reaction. I see, there was a reaction to Lumino. An indication that there was blood in the spot. Can we stop looking at it now, sirs? It would seem that my deductions were correct after all. I suppose it would appear that way. The funniest thing is that Edward is like... I watched a video not so long ago about like... Because there's always been criticism about the writing in Apollo Justice. Is part of the reason why people don't like Apollo Justice, even though I would argue that it's the best game in the series. Fight me on that, I will meet you in the pit. And there was this video, it wasn't that long, it was like 25 minutes. Arguing that actually the writing for Phoenix in Apollo Justice is not only very good, like it's probably some of the best writing for Phoenix, and the only reason why it comes off kind of weird is because you're not the point of, like, Phoenix is not the point of view character. So when he's the point of view character, you kind of not realize that Phoenix is kind of an asshole who doesn't communicate at all. Like, he communicates less than Edward, I would argue. Like, Mia, who he was working under, didn't know that Larry was his friend, even though his first case is defending the guy. Like, she didn't know why he was defending him. Maya really doesn't find out anything about Phoenix in regards to, like, his relationship with Edward until, like, really late in the first game. She doesn't find out why Phoenix does not talk about Edward in the second until, like, really later on, and he literally just goes, Miles Edward is dead, don't talk to me about it, don't talk to me about him. She doesn't find out why he wants to go to their stupid, like, temple retirement thing at all, even though, like, they've been friends for years at this point. Which, like, means that he never talked to her about Iris or about Dahlia. Well, about Dahlia in the first place. Like, he never mentions Dahlia. Edward doesn't know. Like, during the second game when Maya gets kidnapped, the only reason Phoenix tells Edward anything about the situation with Maya is because he finds himself in a corner and he doesn't know what else to do. So he has no other option than to tell Edward, but like he doesn't trust the guy to do something about it. This is consistent. Phoenix really does keep him like everything to himself to a point that is ridiculous. Like Maya doesn't even find out the entire thing about Dahlia until the end of the third game. Even though it is like it kind of spawns a lot of the storyline, and it actually involves her directly because that's technically her cousin. Like the level of Phoenix Wright keeping things to himself is hilarious. You don't notice that he does that because you're the point of view character, so you're always seeing his own thoughts. But the second he's not the point of view character, you realize that he's kind of a douchebag. Which is what happens in Apollo Justice. But he's like also older, so the man is like in a completely different mental state that he was like in the original trilogy. They're perfect for each other, derogatory, kinda, yeah, they're both really stupid about their feelings and about like everything, so I would say they're made for each other in like the best worst way possible. I suppose it would appear that way. The culprit cleaned the blood up well. And how do you think the killer did that? How did the killer clean up the blood? Well, very easy actually. With the cloth.
Take that!
The killer used the bloody cloth I found inside the suitcases, inside the suitcase to clean the mess. I see. They had a need to clean up all that blood before the plane landed in Shenfa. Yes, because otherwise the cargo crew would have discovered it during the layover. So you guys are saying that the murder happened before the plane landed in Shenfa. There is no other conceivable timeline for the events of the murder. But if that is true, then that throws a certain person's testimony into doubt. If the murder occurred before we landed in Shenfa, then this becomes highly suspect. Wait, I need to recheck. Yeah, was there on? Yeah, it's Meal. Recall Miss Meal's testimony about Agent Hicks in regard to when we departed Shenfa. I saw Mr. Hicks sitting in his seat at 5 AM, you know? She claims Agent Hicks was alive at the time of the service calls, but that totally contradicts the facts, sir. But why would she lie about something like that? I think the only person who can answer that is Miss Meal herself. And then we'll get to that sleepy bitch. The bitch with the sleepy bitch disease. She is so ippy. March 12th, 3:35 PM. Flight G390, lower deck, cargo hull. Miss Meal. Miss Cami Meal. Miss Chamomile. Miss Meal! Huh? Do you recall what you said earlier? About when you answered some service calls as we were departing from Shenfa? You said that Mr. Hicks was sitting in his seat at that time. However, that is simply not possible, because Mr. Hicks was long dead before we ever touched down in Shenfa. Miss Chamomile! It's a play on chamomile, because she ippy. Maybe I didn't see what I thought I did? No one could make a mistake so large, Miss Meal. But I make that kind of boo-boo all the time. This is going nowhere. There must be a better way of resolving this contradiction. Very well, Miss Meal, if you please, tell me about your alibi during the time span. From just before we were to land at 3 a.m. and 6 a.m. when the body was found. Are you telling me I'm a suspect, Mr. Edward? She has such dead eyes, too. Yeah, yeah. From 3 to 4 hours, in the flight attendant's room by my lonesome self. Yeah. And from 6 to 5 hours, in the flight attendant's room by my lonesome self. How is a man supposed to react to a testimony like that? Miss Meal, wake up! Huh? She fell asleep again. It looks like the only way I'm going to be able to wake her up is by pressing her. But that's gonna happen after I get my coffee. I'm not even joking. I'm getting my coffee. It's been a while. I need to caffeine it. So I'll come back in 5 minutes tops, and then we'll deal with this beach, this extremely sleepy beach. So I'll be back in a sec. Alrighty, I'm back. I have my coffee. She's my inattentive ADHD burnout queen. Honestly, I really like her design. Oh, this is good coffee. Like, I sincerely really like her design. Shame that she's, you know, evil.
Hold it!
Clearly. Miss Meal, wake up. I'm awake. Miles Edward, I demand that you do something about this flight attendant this instant. Ask me to wake her up when you can finally put that whip to an appropriate use.
Hold it!
If I remember correctly, food was being served in first class on the lounge between the hours of 3 and 4 a.m. Yeah, but that kind of stuff runs by Miss Rhoda. Then what were you doing in the attendance room at that time? Eating, and then having the most delicious dream. This bitch really be having the sleepy bitch disease, huh? You mean you were neglecting your duties? No way, sleeping's part of our job too, you know?
Hold it!
Miss Meal, how many times do I have to repeat myself? Wake up! I'm awake. Yeah, my honest reaction to that. Why did you wait before, sir? What did I miss? A poor detective being on the receiving end of a lashing your head. Really? Sorry about that. You can make amends for that by continuing with your testimony.
Hold it!
Okay. So you were alone the entire time, were you? Yeah, no one else even popped their head in to say hi. Oh, well, I think a contradiction just popped in to say hi. What should I do? Should I raise an objection? Yeah. Miss Meal, there is a clear contradiction embedded in your testimony. What are you talking about? It's not possible that you were alone in the attendant room the whole time from 5 to 6 a.m. Where is it? Yeah, there.
Take that!
The suitcase receipt. I wonder if you would be so kind as to take a look at this receipt, Miss Meal. Huh? A receipt? For what? It's for the suitcase, Mr. Narrowbot. Now, if I may direct your attention to the timestamp. As you can see, it clearly says 5:40 a.m. Mr. Narrow. Yes? Why is the killer here? I thought you have her locked up by now. I requested that she be present as a witness so that we may straighten out your complex lie. Now then, Mr. Narrow, between the hours of 5 and 6 a.m., you took a trip to the first class down, from first class down to the first floor in-flight shop, correct? Yes, I went to the shop to buy a suitcase. After which, I went straight to the attendance room to drop it off. And did you see Miss Meal there at the time? No. So, Miss Meal, where were you really between the hours of 5 and 6 a.m.? Miss Kami Meal! Oh, the bathroom? I'll be the one to ask the questions here. Yeah, maybe that's it. I probably just missed her. Nature call, you know? Do you take me for a fool? That's a little too convenient to be true. But is it true? Cross my heart. I don't have enough conclusive proof to counter-argue her at this stage. You don't believe me, do ya? But please, why don't you give me a chance and hear me out? I do enjoy her extremely dead eyes. Like, this is a great design, I'm sorry. Look, I know you're suspecting me because I'm one of the crew, but you'd think that maybe you should also suspect Miss Rhoda too. She's the one in charge of the elevator keycard and the shop, you know. If you ask me, that makes her super suspicious. Please leave Miss Nero out of the conversation. Only you are the suspicious for now. I don't get it. Why are you covering for Miss Rhoda all of a sudden? Now I get it. Maybe you've got your eye on Miss Rhoda? Of course I'm keeping an eye on her. I can't very well let her escape, can I? Never mind. You're way too gay for that shit, I guess. But you wanna know something? Miss Rhoda actually kinda I have absolutely no interest in people who can appreciate my sense of design. Now's not the time for this sort of talk.
Hold it!
She is already being detained for further questioning, or have you already forgotten? Ah, yeah, I guess I just forgot. Kami, don't tell me you suspect me too. Sorry, can't help it. I mean, other than you, there's no one else who could have done it. I can't believe you would think that. I mean, me, a killer? Miss Meal, what do you mean by now, just now by no one else could have done it? She's the one in charge of the elevator. Okay, that's the same as before.
Hold it!
And what are you in charge of, Miss Meal? I take care of the attendance room. That doesn't count. But I spent so much time in there, it might as well be my responsibility. Mr. Edward, Kami is very talented in languages. So she assists passengers who may not speak English. Especially those who speak Borginian. She's the only one on this flight who is fluent. Sorry, I'm having my coffee. Good coffee. Ah, you mean that kind of what am I in charge of? Why didn't you say so in the first place? What else could I have meant? Yeah, so I'm really good at Borginian. She's fluent in Borginian. Then I suppose you're in charge of processing documents in Borginian. Yeah, I take care of anything that has to do with Borginian. Very interesting. Okay, there it is.
Hold it!
So what exactly do you do as the one in charge of some Borginian stuff? I do stuff like translate things from and into Borginian. Kami is the only member of the crew who understands Borginian, Mr. Edward. Miss Meal, I take it then that it is your job to process all the Borginian paperwork? Yeah, see, I totally pull my weight around here. So it would appear. I should ask her a few more details about her work, and Miss Meal, it's very unladylike to you, and then they like to push suspicion onto someone else. That's not what I'm doing at all. I'm just saying that Miss Rhoda is very sus. Amogus. There you go, pushing everything onto her again. I don't get what you're saying. It must be a really abstract concept, huh? The only thing abstract here is the landscape inside your head.
Objection!
I got you, bitch. So you are the only one in this flight crew that speaks Borginian. Is that correct? Yeah, I guess so. I studied already in Borginia for a while. If that is the case, then the signature on this document belongs to you, doesn't it? This is a falsified piece of documentation with only one purpose: to lead anyone who read it to believe that Mr. LeBlanc's statue was loaded in Europe. The only person who could have either prepared or processed this document in Borginian is you, Miss Meal. Without your participation, the smuggling of the Alif Red could not have occurred. Don't sleep while I'm pointing my finger at you! Oh, I wouldn't dream of falling asleep on you, Mr. Edward. It is exactly as you say. Are you confessing to having participated in the smuggling? No, far from it. It's true that I was the one who signed off on that document. But you can use that fact alone to make your allegation of smuggling stick. There is no direct correlation, after all. All you have is my signature on a piece of paper. Really? All you did was sign it? I neglected to check if the cargo had been loaded onto the plane properly. So sorry about that. It seems that she's finally woken up. This is going to be one tough fight, but not as difficult as the final fight at the end of the game. That's gonna take like 2 hours. Suppose, and this is just a supposition, even if I was involved in the smuggling, you can't throw the charge of murder on me just like that.
Objection!
If you were involved in the smuggling, you would have a strong motive to kill. Agent Hicks was in the middle of an investigation regarding a smuggling ring. And just when he was about to close in, he's killed by a member of that ring. Well, did you ever stop to think that maybe Rhoda is a smuggling ring member? After all, unlike me, Rhoda has access to many things on this plane for work purposes. So perhaps there is some element of a setup at this play in this case. What are you talking about? Don't worry, I wasn't talking about you. I meant the killer. First it was myself, and now it's Mr. Nero who is under the microscope. Seems to me that our killer is going to great lengths to pin this crime on anyone they can. You have no proof that Rhoda is being set up, or that she isn't. Actually, I believe that she was indeed the intended target from the very beginning. I believe that the plane was to push all of the blame for the crime onto her. The plan. Why did I read plane? It's because we are not plane. It must be that. And this evidence will prove my suspicions. This proves that the killer was out to frame Mr. Nero from the very beginning. Like, let me think about it. It has to be the suitcase. Like, it has to be the suitcase.
Take that!
Yeah. The killer could have hidden the body anywhere, and yet they chose this suitcase. Why is that? Perhaps it was to move the body up from the lower deck to the first floor. However, why go through the trouble to do so? The only way all these actions make sense is if the killer had wanted to frame Mr. Nero for the murder. Mr. Nero buys a suitcase on every flight she works without fail. But should her suitcase be switched with the one containing the victim's body, that would put her in a very tight spot. Unfortunately for the killer, the turbulence put an end to that plan. There wasn't enough time to put the body back into the suitcase. Ergo, they made do with whoever was at hand, adapted their plan, and tried to frame me as I lay unconscious on the floor from the turbulence. The killer then went to hide the suitcase in the in-flight shop, and brought the P-Van back to the elevator in order to fabricate a false weapon. A lot of work for a fruitless endeavor, wouldn't you agree? Sounds like the killer had a tough time too, huh? I mean, why did the killer need to frame someone that badly anyway? That is because of the special circumstances surrounding this particular case. What special circumstances did the need for the killer to frame someone? Well... Is it that when the murder took place because it had to happen between the cargoes being exchanged? Or who the murder victim was because the guy is a fucking Interpol agent? Okay, it's not when. Around that time, almost all of the passengers had returned to their seats. Therefore, the killer had to choose someone who was not at their seat to frame. Isn't that an explanation for how the killer chose who and not why they had to? Well, I thought it was best to start from there. Do you mind if I take a nap? Damn it. Oh lord, I'm just getting to the meat of my argument. Yeah, no, it has to be because it's like an Interpol agent. Wait, really? It's because of where we went? Like, come on, where was already framed, like, enough to frame someone, considering, like, Cammy doesn't have the fucking keycard. Killer was a... As it just happened, there was a bunch of empty suit. Okay. Being skinny man, okay. You mean that the whole plan to frame someone was an elaborate coincidence? No, that's not what I said. You wrongly deduced my meaning, Miss Meal. God damn it. Sometimes the wrong options are funny. I forget about that. Meow. Again. Damn it. You would think. The special circumstance is simply that the murder took place on a plane mid-flight. No matter which country, customs is quite strict in this day and age. So no matter what you do, the chances that the body will be found is very high. Therefore, there was no choice but to frame either Mr. Nero or myself. In other words, the only one who fits within the boundaries of the criminal's movements is not Mr. Nero's or myself, but you, Miss Cammy Meal. Only you and you alone could be the killer. And? Are you done already? I was about to fall asleep again. Anyway, let's be honest here. You don't have anything on me other than a whole lot of circumstantial evidence. Yet. I can see the outline of how the murder occurred, but I have no definitive evidence. Isn't there a piece of evidence that's still unaccounted for? Something that I still can't quite fit into the big picture. Yeah, the phone.
Take that!
I don't have any actual evidence. I thought not. But that's because it went missing, and still is. Missing? What do you mean by that? In the complex puzzle that is this case, there was one piece I kept getting stuck on, and that is the victim's cell phone. Francisca, you were waiting at the airport for a phone call from Agent Hicks' cell phone. Or at least that's what you told me. That's right. But Agent Hicks' cell phone could not be found at the crime scene. You mean the killer took the phone with them? Precisely. I suspect that if we were to find that phone, it would lead us to the killer. Ha ha ha, come on, get serious. If the victim fell to his death from that height, wouldn't his phone break as well? We won't know that until we try a little experiment, will we? Francisca, I'd like to ask for your assistance. You know the victim's phone number, do you not? Of course I do. Man, remember those old phones? Agent Hicks' phone! It's ringing from somewhere, sir! I hear it, detective. Now where is it coming from? Hmm? Tell me that the real crime scene is here. What's up is to catch a killer. Okay, yeah, not here. It sounds like the phone is up in the flight attendant's room. We better hurry up to the flight attendant's room, sir. March 12, 4:12 p.m. Flight G390, first floor, flight attendant's room. The ring is coming from somewhere in here, sir. Leave no stone unturned, Detective Gumshoe. We must find it. It doesn't seem to be over here. Then let's look somewhere else, sir. It doesn't feel like the phone got mixed in with the items in the lost and found pile. Oh, and it's not that the victim would have just dropped it somewhere, right, sir? The ring is coming from somewhere around here. But it's not here, sir. Why do I have such a bad feeling about where we're going to find the phone? What? No, it can't be. Yes, so it's gotta be the victim's cell phone. Just whose locker is it, sir? It's Mr. Nero's. What? Well, that's a problem. Ugh. Mr. Nero, we have an issue. March 12th of 28 p.m. Flight G390, lower deck, cargo hold. So, Mr. Edward, how did it go? Where did you find the phone? I found it in the flight attendant's room, in Miss Tenero's locker. What? But... Rhoda Tenero? I don't know anything about the phone. It wasn't me. It wasn't me. Miss Von Karma, is it? I suggest you arrest Miss Rhoda Tenero right away. Wait, I have a theory. This is related to the incident with the keycard. When the killer went to steal the keycard, they conveniently stashed the cell phone in Miss Tenero's locker at the same time.
Objection!
This is related to the keycard, right? In the same way that we have zero proof that the killer did just that. The only voice that sings the truth is evidence. That is the one bet we cannot ignore. What should I do? Francisca's right. I can't offer baseless conjectures at this point. Alright then. Why did the culprit take the cell phone from Agent Hicks? It must have something very incriminating on or in it.
Hold it!
What now, Miles Edward? It's not over yet. We have yet to figure out why the killer took the phone. What? Inside this phone lies the final piece of incriminating evidence that will point us to our killer. We need to examine this phone in more detail. Oh, let's see. The LCD is broken. Without a screen, you can't even place a call with this. Ah, it has a camera lens because this was the early 2000s and that means that this was pretty new at the time. Come to think of it, I wonder... what exactly was Agent Hicks planning to preserve the crime scene of a smuggling? Francisca, I need you to confirm something. This cell phone, can it take pictures? Mr. Edward, I can't believe you don't know about this kind of basic stuff, sir. This looks like a very similar model to my own. And mine can take photos just fine. Like, it has the lens behind, like, in the back of it. Come on, Edward. Do you think Agent Hicks could have taken some pictures with this? In particular, pictures as evidence for his smuggling case. If so, I'd say there may be some very inconvenient photos in here for our killer smuggler. But the phone's all busted up, sir. Even a super prosecutor can't repair a broken phone. Yeah, I'll find a way, don't you worry about that. Ah, may I go back to sleep now?
Objection!
The LCD screens on the inside and outside are broken, that's for sure. But that's also reason enough to believe that the killer wasn't able to erase the data. What? What do you mean by that, Francisca? You know I'm, like, phone illiterate. It looks like our killer isn't very familiar with electronics. This one still rang when I called it, meaning that only the LCD screens are broken. It's possible that the photos are still there, waiting to be accessed. All we need to do is transfer the data to my phone. Francisca, your phone, if you please. Very well. It's transferring. Alright, it's playing it now. This is... Agent Hicks was most certainly trying to obtain some evidence for his smuggling case. The alley freaks nowhere to speak, sir. This has no meaning as a piece of evidence in this murder case, right? She's right, and there's not much we can find out about. We can find out from this about Agent Hicks' killer, sir. Is this it? Is it the end? Is there really nothing in this photo that we can use? Let's see. That all of the suitcases are here in this photo is odd. Agent Hicks was still alive at the time. So what exactly is so odd about suitcases that haven't been used yet in there? Yes, well, I was only pointing out things that are different from between now and then. Your off-topic ramblings have put this attendant to sleep yet again, Miles Edward. I'll give Sleepyhead here a rude awakening, a definite objection, and a contradiction. Let's see. What's all this? Hmm? Oh, they are cargo ship from Virginia to Shenfa. So the reason they aren't here now is that they were dropped off in Shenfa. Mr. LeBlanc, can you tell me the contents of the boxes? Unfortunately, there is no English written on them anywhere. One cluster of boxes is written in Borginian. It says... It is cloth in English. Cloth? Could it be? These were the killer... What for is that scary face? That's the scary face. Miss Mill? Yes? It appears that Agent Hicks was an ordinary investigator. He left us with a piece of evidence after all. A striking piece that will point out who his killer is. Ha! Maybe you should force your mistaken reading of a simple picture, Mr. Edward. The Virginian card with this piece of evidence will point us straight to the killer. Yeah, the Virginian cloth. Like, it is the only thing that could be.
Take that!
And what is that supposed to prove? The killer used this piece of cloth to wipe up the blood they had spilled. But there was one thing that bothered me this whole time. Where did it come from? Now, I finally found my answer in this very photo. The cargo that was unloaded in Shenfa had cloth written on it. In Virginian, that is. And this is where the killer grabbed a piece from... This is where the killer grabbed a piece from to clean up the blood with. That's right, the killer was someone who could read and understand Borginian. And the only crew member that fits the description is you, Miss Chamomile. Chamomile? It's a chamomile. Ah, that's pretty flimsy. The killer probably searched through all the boxes looking for something to use. But you're frantic, you don't care if the box is in English or Virginian. Sorry, but I cannot agree with your assessment of the killer's indiscriminate nature. What? There was no need for the killer to tear through boxes at random at all. And if the killer supposedly could not comprehend Virginian, well then... Logically, the killer would have opened this box first. The literal bed sheets.
Take that!
Hey, it says bed sheets in English right on the box. Precisely, and bed sheets would be perfect for cleaning up blood, wouldn't you say? So what are you trying to say? That if I were the criminal, this box of bed sheets would have been what I would have spotted first. However, the killer chose to use some Borginian cloth. Do you have an explanation for that? The killer didn't want anyone to know that the real scene of the crime was this cargo hole, so they were afraid to leave signs that the box for the sheets had been opened. However, the Virginian cloth, well, that's a horse of a different color. Because the killer knew that it was going to be unloaded in the Republic of Shenfa. That's right, that is why the Virginian cloth was used. And the only Virginian reader on board who could have made such a calculated decision is you, Camille. Chamomile? The chamomile? You and you alone. Yeah. It would be very easy for us to confirm if any of the boxes were resealed. All we would have to do is contact the Shenfa authorities in time. We may even find other evidence to incriminate our killer within those boxes. So what do you say, Miss Mill? Why not confess to your crime here and now? Or would you rather wait and see what we find out from our investigation in Shenfa? I'm gonna feel that later. He was saying Interpol, I couldn't stop it. I brought him here He started taking pictures. I couldn't be found out. I was scared. I was in trouble. I. You know, if you had cooperated, you might have been in less trouble. Just saying. March 12, 5:26 p.m. Flight G390. First floor. Lounge. We finished making all the arrangements to take the suspect in, sir. Very good, detective. What about the smuggling route? Did she say anything about that? They're taking her down to the precinct now. Hopefully we can get more out of her there. Whenever we even approached the topic, she just started foaming at the mouth. It was scary, sir. He probably wasn't prepared to commit a murder all of a sudden. One thing is for sure, the ring behind this whole mess means serious business. It looks like there's a lot more to this case than meets the eye. Robots in disguise. Mr. Edward! I just wanted to say how much I appreciate everything you did. Thank you very much. It was nothing. In fact, I should be the one thanking you for your cooperation. But truly, if it wasn't for you, I might not be here right now. Indeed, I can continue to serve our passengers as a flight attendant. I hope that, well, please accept this as a token of my appreciation. That's... I see. You don't have to take it if you don't want it. No, I mean, I would never turn down a lady's generous offer. Thank you. I'm sure it will serve you well. And remember, we here at GoU Airlines are always ready to serve, Mr. Edward. Thank you, I'll keep that in mind. Edward, she's flirting with you, but you're too gay to notice. Now I must bid you farewell. May all your skies be blue no matter where you go. What is the sky gonna be if not blue? Green? I can't believe we wound up investigating the whole day, sir, but boy was it fun. Speak for yourself, my day was filled with earthquakes, elevators, and false charges. The three things that I hate the most. By the way, where's Francisca? She's finding out some customs paperwork for her departure. Departure? Yeah, Miss Von Karma's always really busy, sir. She's been flying from country to country to chase down some leads regarding her case. Detective, can you cancel the car I had you reserve earlier? You got it, sir. March 12, 5:47 p.m. Hope Springs Airport. Francisca. I thought I told you when you first landed. I have no time for idle chat. Well, idle chatter technically, that is the same. I have no intention of wasting your time, however, it has been a while since we last met. I also have no time for such familiar reminiscences. Just who do you think I am? You are Francisca Von Karma, a very proud prosecutor deserving of much respect. Until only a little while ago, I was but a wretched mud who was always losing to you. A dancing pirate living her life on the name and the fame her invisible father built. True, your father, Manfred Von Karma, didn't lose a single case for 40 years as a prosecutor and also killed my dad. And, you know, forged evidence all the fucking time. Francisca, we talked about this. I don't know what you're talking about. However, I wouldn't say he was invincible. Quite the contrary, my boyfriend kind of kicked his ass. What are you talking about? The group I'm on the trial of is a little more troublesome than most. The smuggling route we found this time is only one sliver of the big picture. Sounds like a dangerous assignment. You really don't have to worry. I can take care of myself. Yes, I suppose you can. Plus, there is another agent on this case with me. Oh, another agent? He's a star among Interpol agents and has the highest successful arrest rate. Who knows, you may even run into him one day, like in the next case. I was simply caught up in this one case. I hardly see why we would cross paths. I suppose. But I doubt he would say the same. I'm not following you. You'll understand soon enough. The fight has only just begun, Miles Edward. I'll be back in this country soon enough. And when I am, you can be sure I'll pay you back. In full. You know, the HD sprite really makes you remember that Francisca is like 19. Like, she's like 19. Actually, how old is she according to the profile in this game? Yeah, she's 19! And just like that, she's gone, huh, sir? Thank goodness, I can finally rest easy knowing I won't have to watch her further weep! Detective Gumshoe, I want to thank you for all your help and cooperation. Ah, it was nothing, sir. I was just happy to be able to work with you again. I think I'm gonna celebrate by adding a little extra salt to my instant noodles tonight. Just how much did you cut his salary by, Francisca? Detective, I was wondering if you might give me a ride down to the prosecutor's office? Sure thing, sir. I'll even fly down the road in the patrol car if you want. Don't make me remind you, Detective. Safety first. Thus I solved the first case upon my arrival home. Francisca von Karma, the smuggling route she was after. The leaders of that ring had already put their trump card into play. And the players on the other side of this war, they would begin to make themselves known through the next incident. Ed was speaking. Ah, finally, I called Junio so many times earlier but I couldn't get through. And you are? Ah, you have forgotten my Miles, my boy. Mr. Armano? Ernest Armano, correct? Ah, so you remember me. I know it's rather sudden, but I can't ask this of anyone else. There's been an incident, Miles. My son, he's been kidnapped. And then we started the third case. That's the one that is like... What was it? Was it an amusement park or like a filming area? Like, it was something like that. Like, I remember this is when we get to deal with everyone's favorite Interpol agent. I think it might have been like a filming area. Edward, they put you in such silly positions. Let's see, I checked that the money's all there, safe inside the suitcase. Now all I have to do is await further instructions from the kidnapper, which I'm expected to be transferred to my cell phone. I wonder who else is around. This is the meeting place, after all. Oh yeah, it's a park! Okay, so I wasn't insane. I remember something about that. This is also where Emma is in this game, if I remember. Like, Emma is in the first game for like a little while, and is either this case or the next one. Welcome to Gatewater Land. Oh, thank you. And a big hello to you. I'm the Proto Badger. Nice to meet you. Excuse me, but were you perhaps thinking of taking a picture of me? A picture of you? Sorry, but I'm not interested. Ah, that's too bad. Well, have a good day. Where do you put that, your ass? Hello? Ah, yeah, you're not Ernest Amano. sounds like the kidnapper is using some sort of voice alteration device. I'm his representative, Miles Edward. Are you a cop? No, I'm a prosecutor. I'm not armed. Is that what? I'm not armed. I'm not armed. Like, if that's what worries you, I'm not armed. I know what you're wondering, and yes, I have brought the ransom money with me. I see. In that case, bring the money with you to the stadium. So this person intends to see if I'm being followed, huh? Please, Detective Gumshoe, I really need you to come through for me this one time. Yeah, this is definitely where Emma is. I remember very well the stadium. Oh hey, it's the Gabiners! We're speaking. Next, come to the haunted house. And just how long do you intend to have me wander around for? That's for me to decide. You don't have much of a choice here, my friend. I suppose not. I've arrived again. Go inside. Ricky. I like haunted houses. What a dismal place. Well, it is a haunted house, Edward. That's it. Go through those doors. Am I being watched from somewhere? Leave the money and go. Now. Ugh. I was hoping for an exchange, but maybe I should do as they say for now and not push it. I couldn't catch even a glimpse of the kidnapper. Perhaps I should keep an eye on this haunted house until police backup arrives. Oh, this CG. It always gets me. It's always funny. Edward, he's right behind you. Edward, he's right behind me, isn't he? It was a trap. Yeah, you don't say. March 13, 11:23 a.m. The question mark? I still can't believe to this day that this is real. It is hilarious. It's not the weirdest thing they've done in an Ace Attorney game, if you ask me. Like, it's not even the weirdest thing, but the fact that it's real is pretty funny. That guy betrayed. No, can't be. Done the deal. Who is that, and what are they talking about? Split police. Alright. In front of meetup. I can't move my body. I fear I may faint again. Where am I? Am I in another non-consensual BDSM situation? God fucking damn it, they keep tying me up again, like against my consent. Which I didn't give. I didn't give my consent, so it was against my will. How long was I out? It wasn't raining like it is now when I made the drop-off. This was supposed to be a simple affair. So why have I been taken hostage as well? I can only assume that Detective Gumshoe lost sight of me at some point. The only reason I agreed to be the drop-off man was because of that phone call. It was from Mr. Ernest Amano, the director of the powerful Saibatsu, the Amano group. But aside from that, I also owe him a great debt of gratitude. his only son, Lance, had been kidnapped. I know that Lance is already in his 20s, but I guess some things you never grow out of. I can't sit around waiting for someone to come help me. I must escape somehow. Haha, wasn't you making that funny sound? Who's there? How dare you laugh at a gentleman's plight? Oh, she's back. Well, she's in. Who are you? Are you one of the kidnappers? A kidnapper? Me? No way, I'm not in such a petty crimes. Nope, I'm after something much, much bigger. I must be worn out from today's ordeal. Fuck you, Miles. I forgot to introduce myself. Sorry about that. Even in the depths of night, when no other bird dares to take flight, one alone serves to shine the light of righteousness on this world blight. And that one is me, for I am the great thief Yatagarasu. Great thief? And did she really just claim to be the Yatagarasu? My real name is Kai Faraday. You can call me Kay, okay? Good, glad that's settled. Not quite, I have a mountain of questions for you. But first, if you would be so kind as to remove these ropes. I wonder, should I remove them? I was actually having a lot of fun watching you make those silly faces. His honest reaction to that. Hey, there's no need to get all mad and icy glary on me, you know? This rope goes through here, and there you go. What a relief. I owe you my thanks. It's okay. You can pay me back in full later. Now then, what question should I start with? Unfortunately, I can already tell nothing is going to be easy with this cheeky girl. You call yourself a great thief, yet are you really a thief at all? You doubt me? I get it, you think that a young lady like me couldn't possibly be such a big-time thief, right? That's not the part I have a third time believing. I'm the real genuine Yatagarasu, you know? Yep, I'm a pure-blooded great thief. It's a little something I inherited from my predecessor. In that case, you wouldn't mind if I arrested you then, right? What? Of course I'd mind. I haven't stolen anything yet. Seriously, I don't know how you can say such horrible things to your savior. That's true. Technically, she hasn't stolen anything in front of me. Yet. When you say you're the Yatagarasu, do you mean you're the Yatagarasu? Yup. The most righteous of the righteous. The legendary great thief. But I inherited the title only recently. So I haven't had a chance to steal anything yet as the second Yatagarasu. I was not aware that thieves could pass down their titles like that. But don't worry, I got some big plans in the works. Big plans, huh? They wouldn't happen to lead to a big arrest, would they? I knew it, there's just no reason with a prosecutor. I'm not the problem here. I'll have you know that the Yatagarasu has no interest in stealing petty trinkets. There's one thing, and only one thing I want to steal. Only one thing? And what will that be? We're going to have to wait until we find our way out of here. Well, at least there is one thing we agree on. I'm sure I'll have plenty of time later to learn more about you. So you never told me what your name is, Mr. Prosecutor? I guess not. I'm Miles Edward. Ah, now I remember. How can you remember something I just told you? But she sure is cheery. Alright then, Mr. Edward, let's get out of here. I'm having a moment about the sound that they used for the door. It almost sounds like you're hitting the like, you know when the bed frame hits a wall? Like when the bed moves and it hits it, like that's the sound it reminds me of. Like, I'm sorry. Hashtag sex sounds, I guess. Question mark. It would seem that we are locked in from the other side. What? No way! I don't hear you. La 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 la. Okay, you do remember where you came from, right? It looks like that might be our only way out of this room. Whoops, slight miscalculation. It's a good height to make an entrance from, but I can't jump that high to make an exit. I suppose we have no choice but to look around and see if we can find another way out. Yay! Isolation room. What is this? Looks like the Bad Badger and it's looking as bad as ever. Looks like a costume head to me. I guess the Bad Badger's costume is, at the very least, a two-piece, huh? The real question is, why is only the head sitting out here on the floor? My phone. They're holding a Blue Badger photo rally. You didn't know? Plus, it's not just the Blue Badger, it's his whole family too. Take a picture of every member of the Badger family and receive a prize. There is only one of each of the 4 family members wandering through the park. Best of luck. If you manage to snap a photo of every member of the family, you get a really posh prize. Well, there's a costume head sitting over there. Why not start with a picture of that? You can't do that. That's cheating. There's only one of each badger in the park, so you have to work for it. Speaking of badgers, there was one sitting against a wall in the haunted house before I got attacked. Could it be that? Nah, that couldn't be. Seriously? But somehow, I don't think that one counts, Mr. Edward. You have to take pictures of the costume ones walking around the park. So those are the rules of this game. How quaint. No, seriously, Edward, your phone. Isn't this my phone? Looks like it made it through the ordeal intact. If only there was a way for us to contact someone on the outside. But we do have a way, right here. How smooth that, phone grabbing animation. There was a cell phone here this whole time? If I'm right, Detective Gumshoe should have contacted Prasine for backup by now. Mr. Edward, sir! Are you okay? I was so worried, sir. I'm fine. I was knocked unconscious for a spell by the kidnapper, that's all. I'm sorry, sir. I'm such a failure. If only I hadn't lost sight of you. Detective, we don't have time for this. Have the police set up a perimeter right now. You don't have to worry about that, sir. I already got the boys working on that. But in doing that, I sort of... What's wrong, Detective? Sorry to butt in, but I'm afraid you're going to have to make do with me. Who is this? The Long Land of Interpol. A pleasure to speak with you, Mr. Edward. I've heard a great deal about you. So, why exactly is an Interpol agent like yourself involved in a domestic kidnapping case? Don't sweat the details. A crime's a crime, whether it's on a local or a global scale. Besides, you're the one who's in a world of trouble. And why would you say that? Like she says, the pack that runs together stays together. You catch my drift? You cause quite a ruckus by running blindly into a situation and then getting caught. You should have contacted the police from the very beginning. I'm sorry that this happened because of a lapse of judgment. However, I humbly request that you please help me out of here post-haste. Sorry, no can do. What? We're hunting the kidnapper now, and I haven't got any hands to spare. As I said, my pack moves as one. You're the one who wanted to get at it alone, so good luck to you, Mr. Prosecutor. Oh, and once we do catch the kidnapper, rest assured we'll confine you. Eventually. You... What's wrong? Did you get cut off? No, my phone ran out of power. No way! It doesn't matter anyway. We should try to get out of here through our own means. Yeah, I have a name to live up to after all. If we put our heads together, we're sure to find our way out. Hey, there's something inside the bottom right box. Oh, I think it's a pink badger costume. Pink badger? You don't keep up with what's going on in the world, do you? In that case, you'd better study up the whole Badger clan with this. What is this thing? Think of it as a Bible of all the things you'll ever need to know about the clan. Bad Badger, a vile criminal with a gun. You know? With a gun. Whatever, I suppose I can keep it as a reference guide or something. The dead eyes of the Proto Badger really get me. I suppose this means that this is where they keep all the costumes. It certainly looks that way. It's like the Badger's family's home. There are 8 boxes, but 7 of them are empty. Which means that 7 of the costumes are in use right now. But aren't these Badgers the mascots of the police force? Well, I heard that the police had a hand in sponsoring this theme park. Probably because the Guidewater group owes the police from all of those cases they solved. They have all of the power of the state and they use it to make a theme park. It's not just any theme park. They have a handcuff-shaped double looping roller coaster. That's quite enough. I'm feeling woozy just from the thought of such a thing. I want rest of I'm saying that every suspicious looking cranny. Look, it's a blue badger. I suppose even this thing can be popular with women. My nemesis. What in the... Why is she beating it up? He's got the word badge right in his name. That's nothing but bad news for someone like me. And to think he's out there wandering around this park. I'd better be careful. He's going to arrest me by the power of his name alone. I somehow doubt that the Blue Badger has the power to arrest anyone. So this is the Blue Badger's rival, the Bad Badger, huh? Do you feel some sort of reverence towards this Badger, Kay? Ah, I can't believe you would be so stereotypical when it comes to thieves. Surely you must also think that there are much cooler and cuter ones out there, right? That's it, I've decided that thieves and thievery need an image makeover. Good luck with that one. Is that Blue Badger I met at the main gate? Excuse me, but his name is Proto Badger, not Blue Badger. He's based off the very first design created by the local police chief. You know, when you compare the two, the Blue Badger looks a bit cuter. I suppose as he continued to redesign him, the chief managed to make him cuter and cuter. Even humanity has come a long way when you think about how much we've evolved. Are we comparing the Blue Badger to humans now? I suppose it is a pink badger, but since it has the same design, it seemed worse to call this one a female. You think so? I mean, just look at how long her eyelashes are. That's the only difference. And the fact that she's pink. Yes, and her lips are red. See? Lipstick. What? She has nothing to say about the giant pink river, or is that too obvious? Edward does not believe in gender. And what have we here? Ah! Why do I feel a laser-like stare aimed right at me? Did you want to take a look? Well, don't mind if I do. Ah, I see. Yes, it is definitely key. I'm sure it's a key to something. The something is what is relevant to my interest. And I think that's everything in this area. Man, why did I have to put the windows so high up anyway? Why is a thief supposed to make her daring escape? I suppose we could make our way out if we were able to climb on top of these lockers. Ah ha ha ha! That's pretty clever. You'd make a good thief yet, Mr. Edward. Please don't ever place my name and the word thief in the same sentence again. Let's see. I wonder if I can jump and grab the top of the locker here. Man, why did they have to make such enormous lockers anyway? Even if we wanted to use these lockers, we'd need some sort of food hole. Paint. Maybe we can use this paint to help us escape. And what exactly do you have in mind? Well, we could paint help in really giant letters. And who, pray tell, would see these giant letters? We're inside a building. Okay, then how about we light the paint on fire and send out colored smoke signals? Anyone who saw it would think some crazy arsonist was about and call the cops. Actually, that may not be great for me, seeing as I'm a thief now. Let's try to find something other than this paint to use, shall we? It seems that we won't be able to open this by ourselves. It also seems quite thick, that's what she said, so we can't just break it down. There must be another way out of here. Really? I check everything though. Oh wait, this is the beam I was typed to. What's up? I was wondering if perhaps you could make it over to and out of the window if you climbed this. Good thinking, and if it's climbing action you need, just leave it to me. Thanks. This little hook looks like it might be looks like it might make for a good foothold. Up you go, Kai, and good luck. Count on it. The great thief Jagarasu spreads her mighty wings and takes to the skies. Here I go. Kai, how are you getting like wind inside? As I thought, this beam was definitely not made for climbing. What do you mean as I thought? I'm not your guinea pig, you know? Yes, you are. If I want a guinea pig, then you can be my guinea pig. I have decided that. Is there anything to check? Okay, so... No, okay. The boxes? No. Not exactly a shining example of the perfect line of logic. Oh, come on, Edward. It's not my fault. Like, I checked everything. Yeah, I checked this there. Yeah, this is checked. This is checked. I checked everything. So it's not the lockers and the costumes, and it's not the lockers and the keys. And it's not the lockers and the beam, so it has to be on the key. Well, either that or the costumes and the key. No, okay. Like, I don't know what the logic is here, honestly. Yeah, no, I'm not sure what I'm doing. And I'm losing all of my shit. Okay. I guess I'm gonna have to talk to Kay first. Oh yeah, about the kidnapping. Do you know where the person who kidnapped me went? Well, after they locked you up in here, it sounded like they went into the next room and started talking to someone. I feel like I heard something as well, but it's all a haze in my mind. However, I do recall that the kidnapper was talking with someone. It was just a guess before, but I guess I really am dealing with two kidnappers here. After that they left. It almost seemed as if they were done with you. I suppose that is the case, as my kidnapping seems like an afterthought to the 1 million. Well, if they went into the next room, let's see what we can find through the slot. And I can't give her, like, the key either. Ah, we can peer into the room the kidnappers were in from there. Okay, let's see. Is that what I think it is? It looks like the kidnappers had an escape tunnel prepared just in case. That's awesome! They're like a bunch of great thieves themselves! No, they're not, because I highly doubt they made the tunnel themselves. The floor panel was removed and propped up against a beam in a very specific way. I think this building was originally built with a basement or underground area. Okay, not there. There is a beam in the next room identical to the one in this room. There's even a hook on it to hold a propped up floor panel in place. Which reminds me, do you find something useful, Mr. Edward? Perhaps. I may have found a very handy hint to how we'll get out of here. There's a door on the opposite side that appears to be the same as this one. Which would mean that I can probably assume that these two rooms are very similar in structure. I may have just found our ticket out. And is that everything? This is the beam I was tied to. This maybe... okay, this is the same as before. Wait, didn't I just try this? I can't climb this thing. I suppose we'll just have to find another way to escape. Damn. And it would be... on the beam. There we go. This hook on this beam. You know, I already tried and there's no way I can jump from this hook to the window. Come on, even... oh, for a moment I thought it was Edward. Come on, even you have to admit when something's just not possible. I wasn't about to suggest that again. Rather, it's here for a different purpose. Really? Like what? As you saw in the adjacent room, it's clearly for keeping a floor panel propped up. Which means that there should be a panel in this room that we can open as well. Oh, I get it. We didn't notice its existence all this time because it was hidden by this tarp. The power of a tarp, you know? Alright then, let's fold this thing up and see what's underneath. Now this is what I call a treasure. Wow, this must be another entrance to the secret hidden basement. I totally smell treasure. The scent I wish to smell is the sweet fragrance of freedom. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and open the hatch. Alright. Yeah. This thing is locked down tight. Ah, fiddlesticks. I'm doing it. I believe you're okay. Huh? Why me? Because we need to use the tiny key that you've taken quite a liking to. Ah, gotcha. Just leave it to me. I love the tense feeling of these moments when you're about to uncover something big. I believe the feeling of freedom will be much more satisfying right about now. Alright, I got the secret door open, and now... Ah, wait! Ah! Are you alright? Okay. Carly, what the fuck? I'm fine. The ladder just flipped this out.
Thank goodness she's alright. I about had a coronary.
There's a lot of really large machinery down here.
What about an exit?
It's really dark and cramped down there, so I really doubt there's an exit. I can't believe that happened.
You have only yourself to blame for leaping before you looked, you know?
No way. I mean, how was I supposed to know that, that the ladder was removable?
Well.
Have to remove the ladder.
I figured out how we will escape this prison, Kay.
Oh, so how are we going to bust out?
It seems that your reckless actions were of use after all.
Are you actually praising me?
More of a thank you for giving me an idea regarding this ladder.
The underground ladder? What about it?
This ladder isn't just for those who wish to go down.
Ah, I see. If we use this...
Yes, I believe it's long enough to reach the top of those lockers.
Well then, what are we waiting for?
And now I've been healed from all of my mistakes.
Alright, now we can get out of here.
Yes, we spent entirely too much time in here. Kidnappers who held me hostage, a mysterious Interpol agent. This case is only getting started and I'll be the one to bring in to a resounding end. And I'm gonna tell everyone involved to go fuck themselves.
March 13, 12:11 p.m. Wild West area.
Damn, Edward, you're very active. It looks like it stopped raining for now.
Yeah, and thank goodness you have no idea how hard it was raining earlier.
Mr. Edward! I'm so glad to see you managed to escape, sir. I was so stressed that I thought my heart was gonna give out. Detective Gumshoe, may I ask what in the world that is? Well, that's, count off!
To 100?
Shifu! All 99 members are here unaccounted for, sir.
Oh no, it's that beach.
And the beach that follows that beach. What the heck do you think you're doing counting my cup stuff like that? Every person is a valuable human being, you get me? And everyone has a name that their parents gave to them. No one is a 2 or a 3. Everyone, regardless of age or rank, is number 1, got it? I forgot that he wears the stupidest set of sunglasses. Don't be so dramatic, you guys. Like, he literally wears the dumbest sunglasses ever. Like, Lang, why are you like this? You're Agent Lang, I take it. You infidel! How dare you address our Shifu so rudely? Lang Shi says, a cop who disrespects others soon feels the disciplinary bite of an elder. So don't you ever forget to show the proper respect toward another person. Gina. This isn't much, but please accept my card. I forgot this was a thing that happened in this game. This is the most Japanese thing ever. Like, they giving the card, the business card, with like holding it with both hands. I forgot that this happened. I sincerely 100% forgot that this happened. This is good. Look, he's respectful. I'm just losing my mind. It's just so silly. Like, it's mostly silly to me because it makes no sense in context that he would use like this specific way of doing it, which is extremely Japanese, to a guy who is from the US supposedly, and he's not even from Japan. Don't laugh, I do this too. Oh, that's adorable though. Look, I just think it's cute. No, don't do that. It's cute. That's adorable. I just find it like the context here is what gets me, because Lang is not Japanese. He's from a fake country, which is kind of style after China from the clothing that he uses and the style of everything. At least in the English scripts. And Edward is supposedly American. So like the entire context here is what really makes it funny to me personally. But it's cute, like it's adorable. The fact that you do it is adorable also, but like this is just funny because of the general context where it's happening. It's not funny by itself. Oh, thank you. Please accept my return. He also does it. I completely forgot. Oh, this is great. I love this. Oh, this is hilarious to me. This is great. Both of them are so fucking like salaryman coded in this moment. You all see just now, that is the proper way for two people to show the respect, acting like salarymen. Keep that in mind and you'll get far in life. Got it? Ah, that's right. Franziska did warn me. Something about an elite Interpol agent from the Republic of Shenfa. Apparently this man has the highest successful arrest rate in the organization. Agent Lang, why exactly is an Interpol agent involved with this clearly domestic case? That's none of your business, Mr. Prosecutor. Oh, is it not? I heard a rumor or two about you. You saw the murder that occurred during your flight home recently, right? Ah, but you sure took a while just to arrest one little flight attendant. How pathetic. How dare you say that about Mr. Edward? Are you sure you could have... Are you saying you could have solved it faster, pal? The comedic relief jumps to the aids of his master. How cliché. Look, what I'm getting at is that if I had been there, no one would have died. See, the issue here, Lang, the issue here is that Edward is not a member of Interpol. It's not his job to save the ass out of an agent of Interpol who died. He just happened to be there because he was there. So the fact that he solved the case is more of a, well, it just happened. If you were worried about your guy getting killed, and you think that you would have been able to stop it from happening, maybe you should have been there. Edward is not responsible for that. I would have solved the entire case and Agent Hicks would still be with us here today. Agent Lang knew yesterday's victim, Agent Egby Hicks. Hicks was like a brother to me, so now I'm out to take my revenge. Agent Hicks was investigating a smuggling ring with Franziska and a third person. This was the man she was talking about. In that case, you should understand how I feel as the kidnapped is someone I know. God. No, you know why? I know what, like, it's awkward for me to read that line. Because kidnappee is an actual word. Like, kidnappee is a word. It's like the person who has been kidnapped. That should be kidnappee rather than kidnapped. Because it flows better if it says kidnappee. That's why I'm having issues reading that, because my brain is like, wait, no, it should be something else. This isn't your neatly trimmed core room of Eden, you know? Core room of Eden? Look, just because my boyfriend is there. You're out in the wilderness now, Mr. Prosecutor, and way out of your league. No hard feelings, but why don't you go back to your core room now, pretty boy? You there to mock the court? Only my boyfriend calls me that. The pretty boy part, I mean. I do, and I don't need the help of a filthy prosecutor. Sorry, but the truth doesn't need the likes of you to distort it today. He uses the adjective filthy to describe a prosecutor. And why? Why do I feel such intense loathing emanating from him? Alright, man. Good job on the perimeter around Gatewater Land. Now just find me the kidnapper and bring the punk to me. Dismissed. Nerds. There. And then they left. Now then, Mr. Prosecutor, you just sit tight here and don't cause any trouble, understand? I'm gonna go look cool with my stupid ass sunglasses. Wait! Your sunglasses are way dumber than you think. Mr. Edward, it's been a while since I last met someone so disagreeable. He even called me a pretty boy. I'm going to fucking kill him. Why of all places did he show up here? And completely out of the blue at that. I suppose I'll have to ask Detective Gumshoe to fill me in on that. Gumshoe, I have questions. Great job, Detective. Sir! For losing sight of me and the kidnapper and allowing my investigation to be hijacked. Sir... I look forward to your next month's salary assessment. But the case isn't lost yet, sir. I'm gonna show you just how much of a man the Gumshoe can be. Should I prepare the 21-gun salute now or later? Detective, are you sure it was the president who called the president you called for backup? Of course, sir. I think I would know the number to my own precinct like the back of my hand. Then why did an Interpol agent show up instead with an army of his own agents? That I have no idea. About 5 minutes after I made the call, that Wolfman showed up out of nowhere, sir. Agent Lang definitely has an agenda, so the question is, what is he after? Mr. Edward, I was wondering if I may ask about one thing, sir. Yes, what is it? Who is that? The girl over there, I mean? I'm Mr. Edward's assistant, Kay Faraday. What? Funny, I don't recall making you my assistant, Kay. Yeah, I'm Mr. Edward's assistant. Me, it's been like that since forever. Sorry, but I just saw your supporting role. How can you say something so serious with that giant grin on your face, pal? Mr. Edward, we got a thief on our hands, sir. She stole my role, sir. I'm taking her in, getting her convicted, and making sure she serves out her sentence. Aw, oh, come on, it'll be fun, like musical chairs. You'd better stay fast on your feet. No way. I won't. I will not lose the spotlight to you, little girl. Is there anything? No, I'll leave it. Let's see, what can I find around here? I highly doubt I'll find a clue in here, but I might as well check just to be sure. This barrel sure is heavy. You there, do you know what's inside of this thing? It's the emergency water supply for putting out fires. I see. Well, they certainly are well prepared. Excuse me, but if you could just let me through here. Sorry, I can't let anyone through. Agent Lang's orders. I suppose I'll have to deal with this impasse for now. Oh, it's the same. Okay. I just want to check around the area first. It's an old-fashioned rocking chair, the kind that makes you feel instantly at ease. There's something written here. A soothing 10-minute sitting for only $100? I see. Reverse psychology. Make it so expensive that no one will dare sit on it. That's fucked up, though. This horizontal bar is used for tying up horses. Apparently, you can ride real horses at the Cowboys Ranch area just up ahead. Is it possible that the culprits have already escaped with the help of a stolen horse or two? Under Agent Lang's order, we have already rounded up all the horses, and every last one has been accounted for. Agent Lang is good, although I won't go so far as to say I'm impressed just yet. Thunder Edward is back. It's an empty barrel. I'd venture to guess that its only purpose is to set the mood. It's a cactus, and there's something written here on this side. This cactus is a very gracious gift to Gatewater Land from the local police present. I can't believe the police went so far as to even donate a cactus to this place. He's here. That wriggling. I just can't bring myself to call it dancing. Edward is horrified. Voices are painted on this garage door to complete the Wild West theme. They almost look like they're ready to jump out into the real world and gallop away. Almost being the keyword.
Man, I can't call me do any stealing at all with that detective around.
I suppose it's not easy when there's this many members of law enforcement in the vicinity.
It's alright, it's not like I'm in a hurry to steal just any old thing.
Which is it? Do you plan to steal something or not? Quite the mystery, this one. Maybe I should talk with her a bit more.
So, what are you going to do about our investigation into the kidnapping?
Good question. Since Agent Lang holds the authority to investigate this case now, this makes things a bit more complicated.
Oh, come on, you can't let that stop you. I'll even lend you a hand, so let's go.
But you're a self-purported great thief, are you not? I don't believe I can let someone of an unlawful nature participate in an investigation.
You don't like to listen, do you? I'm not just any old great thief, I'm the Yatagarasu. And I said earlier, the Yatagarasu is after one and only one thing.
What is this one and only one thing you're after?
Yatagarasu is only interested in one thing, and that is the truth.
I see.
It was 7 years ago.
There was a vigilante who threw the business world into a panic. Labeled mysterious and phantom-like, the Yatagarasu appeared and vanished at will. Though we still don't know much about these thieves on the Malgo, we do know the targets. Yatagarasu like to find and publicly disclose evidence of corrupt dealings of all sorts. Once the target was chosen, an automatic calling core of announcement was sent forth. Instead, the chosen corporation was infiltrated without even the target noticing. Some days later, the evidence that was found was sent out to the mass media, along with a card with the mark of a three-legged raven. Looking back, I suppose you could call the Yatagarasu... You could call what the Yatagarasu was stealing the truth. But this shall really be the successor to the original Yatagarasu. Well, that can be. Can it? Maybe.
Lance! Lance, where are you, son?
Mr. Amano?
My boy, I'm sorry to involve you in such an affair just after your return.
For you, Mr. Amano, I gladly offer my assistance.
After all, I have you to thank for all how well things turned out during my time abroad.
If it wasn't for you, I might not have been introduced to that law office, and had the chance to study the inner workings of another country's judicial system.
No. Think nothing of it. As you know, my friend and I go way back. He was kind of a douchebag, but don't worry about it. I considered a beloved disciple of his to be like one of my own blood.
I'm not gonna tell you that he killed my dad and he's an asshole, but okay.
If you ever want to go overseas again, you need only to ask. I can use my company's vast network to send you anywhere at any time. So, who's this old man?
He is the father of the currently kidnapped Ernest Amano.
Now then, have you found Lance yet, Miles? Please, I miss my poor boy dearly.
I'm terribly sorry, but your son's whereabouts remain unknown, Mr. Amano.
Well, hold on there. Then what happened to all that money?
I believe the 1 million has been stolen and that the culprits are now on the run.
What? Poor old man. Do you have anything you could give him to cheer him up, Mr. Edward?
Forgive me, Mr. Amano, but there's nothing to give this guy. I was wondering if you could tell me about the details of the kidnapping one more time, since we didn't really touch on it when the case started. Oh, it was yesterday. A call came to the house. From the receiver came the sound of my son. Help me, Daddy! I know this is tough, but please stay with me here, Mr. Amano. You don't understand. He hasn't called me Daddy in ages. It was incredibly moving. I wish I had recorded him saying that. He definitely should have recorded the conversation. But not for the foolish sentimentalities of an old man. Refresh my memory, what kind of person is Lance again? I will telling you about Lance help you get him back. Surprisingly, a lot can be deduced from a person's relationships and behavior. Very well then. Lance is my one and only son, and he turned 21 this year. He's so grown up. He's very much like me when I was his age, kind and very attractive. I'm sure women simply can't keep their hands off of him. Is there anything else about him you notice of late? Now that you mention it, I haven't been able to get in contact with your butler, Oliver. Your butler? Yes, his name is Oliver Deacon. He's been with our family for years now. I'm trying to think. Oliver Deacon? Wait, what's the pun there? He gets along so well with Lance, I thought maybe he would know where my son is. Mr. Amano, could you please tell me a little more about your butler, Mr. Deacon? As a butler, he's upstanding. He even serves as Lance's personal private tutor. He took a brief leave recently, but even after it was over, I haven't been able to reach him. So you still haven't spoken with him since his leave? What about his family and friends? They say they hadn't seen him. I've tried everything I could think of, Miles. Do you think this could have something to do with Lance's kidnapping? It's possible, but I can't say anything for sure quite yet. So even the person closest to the victim has gone missing. Oliver Deacon. Sounds like one name I had better keep in mind. Detective Gumshoe. Yes, sir. Let's begin our investigation. Even if that Interpol agent holds the authority to head this investigation, we can't allow ourselves to stand idly by twiddling old thumbs. I'm with you 100%, Mr. Edwards, sir. I think Gumshoe pledged to stick by your side through thick and thin. Mr. Amano, it was my fault that the culprit escaped. Which is why, with your blessing, I vote to return Lance to you myself. Oh, I've never seen you so passionate before, Miles. Good luck to you, my boy. Alright, well, what are you waiting for? Let's do some investigating. If you think I'm losing to you, Paul, forget it. You both stop. So, what should we examine first? Thanks to Agent Lang, we can't leave this area. But the culprits were here until only very recently, which means we may be able to find some clues that will tell us how they escaped. Okay, let's get looking. Hey, you there! Who, me? What are you doing goofing off in a place like this? I wasn't goofing off, I was about to help Mr. Edward kick off his investigation. You imbecile! All pressing detectives are now under Agent Lang's direct command. No way! I am not working for Wolf Boy. Mr. Edward, can you do something? I'm not exactly in a position to argue, seeing as how you are a member of the police. Good, now let's go. No! Boy, have I got just the job for someone of your caliber. Well, that was exciting. My honest reaction to that. Okay. What? Can you tell I'm all ready to get down to some detective work? You should go home. Your parents will be worried about you. Oh, come on! I finally get to be your assistant and you try to ditch me? Also, I'm an orphan. I don't recall offering you the position.
Why do you have to be so difficult? Besides, already too late, you know? Like I said, I'm already stolen the position of assistant a while back.
You're the only one asserting that.
Well, by the time anyone notices, it's already gone. That's the Yatagarasu way.
You shouldn't speak so lightly of things you know nothing about.
Fine, whatever, you win. Go ahead and do your little investigation. With the talented Assistant K, it's going to tag along no matter what you say.
Even if she turns out to be useless, she's not going to listen to me. I might as well surrender and let her come along for the ride. If this were real, I wonder
what you put in them.
water would be the obvious answer.
But if you store water in a barrel under the blazing hot sun, wouldn't it go bad?
People of that period probably didn't care about how it tasted.
Sorry, but I can't let you get away with making fun of our forefathers. I mean, maybe they really like the strange taste.
Look who's making fun of them now.
Look, there's a blurb about the cactus here. These cactuses are very gracious gift to Gatewater learned from the local police precinct.
I can't believe the police went so far as to even donate a cactus to this place.
So, is the police department running a cactus farm on the side? Haha, just kidding. They wouldn't do something so silly.
Actually, I have the vague impression I've seen a cactus farm at the precinct before. Horses are painted on this garage door to complete the Westwell team.
They look so lifelike, don't you think?
Are you thinking of wrangling or rather stealing them?
If you can coax them out of there, sure. Come on, I know you can sweet talk them out.
I could be holding a cube of sugar in my hand and they wouldn't budge, Kay. Oh, goddammit. I need to talk to this creature. He's terrifying.
Hey, it's the Blue Badger! Badger get!
I really don't understand why she's so excited about this badger hunt. Speaking of badgers, there's a person inside of there. Mr. Badger, I wonder if you might share with me what you saw. My honest reaction to that. He's doing that contorted rigging dance again.
Aha! You uncovered my undercover identities here. I was to remain under the head, sir.
Aren't you Officer Meekings?
Sir! Mike Meekings reporting for duty, sir.
This man was a witness in one of the cases I heard 2 years ago. About the only thing I remember about this officer is that, he often spoke and acted before he thought, which gave me a great deal of headaches.
Is he a friend of yours, Mr. Edward?
I met him in the courtroom once before. Why was he so upset when we unmasked him? Does he have something to hide? Officer Meekings, why are you standing here wasting time?
Sir! Because I'm not a police officer right now, sir. I'm the Blue Badger. And I'm creating memories and dreams for the kids. That's never a waste of time, sir. I have a dream to become as big as Detective Gumshoe, sir. I was patrolling the scornfully boring beat until a little while ago. When the dispatch radio on my shoulder crackled that the kidnappers had escaped, sir. I thought maybe this was my shot at making detective, sir. I rushed on over to join him, but when I got here, there was a sea of people already. And I couldn't spread my trademark friendliness and joy to anyone.
It would seem that some people never change. So why exactly are you in that ridiculous outfit?
Sir! That's because, sir, I'm here to keep the visitors in good spirits, sir. But it's also to hide the fact that I'm an officer on the trail of a kidnapper, sir.
I see. Agent Lang is very wise to employ this sort of diversionary tactics.
To be handed the role of the Blue Badger out of all the different disguises, sir. It's such an honor.
Any clues? How long have you been standing here, officer?
Sir, For about 1 little hour, sir.
That's around the time I woke up from being knocked unconscious.
And I've been here ever since, sir.
If that's true, then it's possible Officer Meeking saw the kidnapping escaper.
However, sir, I must tell you that I didn't see a thing, sir.
I haven't asked you anything yet, officer.
No, but I know you will, sir.
He's hiding something from me. Officer Meekings, I insist that you tell me more about your recent movements.
Sir, I've been playing the Blue Badger this whole time, sir, and getting into it too. I patrolled the park, all while wearing this costume, and about 1 hour ago, I came over here, sir. I haven't seen any suspicious-looking people this whole time, sir. But I did see a badger, sir. A long blue badger.
What you said just now is contradictory to the facts.
How so, Mr. Edward?
This is what Officer Meekins' testimony contradicts. The badger photo rally.
Take that!
Officer Meekins, let's back things up. I'd like to ask you about your last statement.
Sir, of course, sir. Well, if that's what you wish, Mr. Prosecutor. This little patrolman will wait as long as I am commanded to wait.
You said that you saw a blue badger, correct? And yet, if you take a look at this, what you saw was not supposed to happen. This park is supposed to have only one of each badger in need at any given time. Which means that as long as you are the blue badger, Officer Meekins, you should not have seen another blue badger wandering the premises.
What? Then that would mean that there are 2 blue badgers walking around, but why?
Okay, so that's...
I must pretend not to know anything about anything, sir.
I mustn't respond to that. It would be like shooting fish in a barrel.
Damn. Hey, Mr. Edward, isn't this one of those things that you tie horses to?
Yes, although the horses are in another location at the moment.
Ah, and here I was hoping I would get to ride one.
You know how to ride a horse?
Nope, never rode one in my life. But I have an Asian friend who was born in the year of the horse.
Non sequitur is the only way to describe your logic.
Hey, there's a bunch of footprints in the mud over here.
I remember hearing rain fall out here while I was being held in there.
Yup, it was his passing brain. That's why the ground has already pretty much dried up.
I should be thankful. He left us with some nice footprint samples.
You know what? I bet if we follow them, we can find out where the kidnappers went. Plus, we'd be able to spot them because of their muddy shoes.
I don't think it will be that easy.
Why not?
Look carefully, there are quite a few different sets here. And we don't know which one belonged to the kidnappers.
Oh, that's true. We don't know what kind of shoes they were wearing. I got you now, you wild criminals.
I'd think the kidnappers will have better sense than to try hiding in this.
Oh, come on, lighten up, will ya? I was only joking. I don't really think that the criminals would be hiding here, right in front of 2 officers.
I certainly hope not. Okay, we checked you. We checked everything here. The officers have nothing to tell us. A second blue badger that shouldn't exist. Clearly, the true identity of the person underneath is...
Ah, I know, it's one of the kidnappers, right? The person wore a costume to get away.
Precisely. After all, the costumes that went missing from the storage area are...
a blue badger, a proto badger, and a bad badger.
Yes, those 3.
So there are 3 funny badgers running around in the park somewhere, huh?
I wonder if it lets me do the connection immediately. Yes, it does! Now that we know the kidnappers were wearing badger costumes, those footprints from earlier take on a new and very significant meaning. You mean now we know which tracks belong to the kidnappers, right? Yes, more than shoe prints, we need to follow the paw prints of badgers. Okay, Mr. Edward, it's time to use those footprints and go badger hunting. So we're looking for footprints made by a costume. Hey, I think I found them. There are 2 sets here. They both look like possible candidates. He said he's walking off to the west. I can't make heads or tails where it's headed from here. I think we can assume it's headed towards the stadium, which would make sense. I wonder where the other set leads. This one seems to be headed east. Huh. Quick, Mr. Edward, I got him. I got one of the culprits. No, I'm not kidnapping, sir. Down, K. Clearly those footprints belong to Officer Meekins. For a goddammit, I thought you was her. Both our criminals were each wearing a costume. Aha! Maybe they came over to this garage for something. That's what I would suppose. Officer Meekins, if you could step aside for a moment. We need to examine the garage. Sir, Roger Wilkes, sir. Let's open this shutter and see what we find. Maybe we'll find the kidnappers are inside. What in the... We seem to have stumbled across a dead body. She must be in severe shock to have been the first to find it. Now then, who is this man? It's Oliver! Mr. Manu, are you saying that this man is... Yes, he's my butler. How could something like this have happened? Indeed, why was Mr. Deacon here to begin with? I better investigate this crime scene quickly before Agent Long or his men return. The kidnapper's footprints lead right to this garage, and right to a dead body. Is it possible one of the kidnappers is now a murder victim? On my cursory examination, I believe this man died of a fatal bullet wound. You sure are calm for someone who just found a body. It's surprising what one can become accustomed to in the span of 2 days. I won't rest until I restricted every suspicious looking cranny. Let's see. We're not gonna point out at the vehicle that is right there. Okay. This is an unusually shaped pendant. What is it? Is it something valuable? She seems to have regained some of her composure. It looks like a horse pendant. It's got an antique feel about it, and it's really pretty. Hold on, this is made of platinum silver! Nice, it is so worth something after all. Oh, and look, there's something written on the back. Colin Devoray. It's a name. Colin Devoray? This man's name is... not that. As long as that Interpol agent has control of this case, I'm not going to be able to have a real autopsy done on the victim. I'm no doctor, but let's see what I can piece together myself. There are 2 gunshot wounds, one in his abdomen and one in his shoulder. So that means he was shot twice? No, I don't think so. I think the abdominal one is an entry wound, and the one near his shoulder is the exit wound. Nice, I knew you could figure it out. It comes with experience, and I've seen my fair share of crime scenes. Speaking of experience, this crime scene seems a bit too clean for a murder where the bullet went clean through. I should make a note of this oddity. Yeah, the corpse was clearly put here later. see something else. That's mark, that's mark. Okay, this is all done. Let's see. What's the situation here? It has to be with the bullet wounds. Like, I'm not sure what I'm supposed to be getting here from the deduction, actually. Mr. Romano, this body... Yes, that's my butler, Oliver. Could something like this has happened? Indeed, and why was Mr. Deacon here to begin with? Like, can I... Okay, yeah, I can check it. What a peculiar car. Yeah, from the look of it, it must be the Blue Badger mobile. It has 3 tires, so maybe it left those tire tracks behind? That's simply not possible. Why? Take a look at the tires, there's no mud stuck to them. Therefore, it must have been here since before it started to rain. Gotcha, good eye! It's a shame I don't see any other clues around. Actually, you have to recognize that means another Badger mobile was moved. The set of tire tracks originating from the garage. Aha! So that means a car left from the garage at some time, right? Correct, but for the car to leave these tracks, it would mean that it left during the passing rain. That's the only explanation as to why these tracks are made of mud. 3 threads. I think we can also safely assume it's a special type of car. Like, it has to be with like, it has something to do with that. The only thing that I can find, like, the only thing that makes sense is the preliminary findings, because it's, you know, bloodless. This, okay, yeah, no, that's a mistake. To be honest, I don't really see how it solves anything. God, Kai, do you have to be cruel? Oh wait, the necklace maybe. Profiles. Oh, but I can't present the profiles. And I basically have nothing here to actually do anything. Yeah. Okay. Like, is it the costumes? No, it's not that. Okay. I'm confused. Like, I seriously don't... Like, it's clearly the fact that the crime scene is clean that is the issue, but I don't know what I'm lacking as far as information goes. I mean, these I checked. These I have everything. Did you know I really love this kind of chair, the way it rocks back and forth? When I grow old, I plan to sit in one of these and rock the day away every day. But you don't have to wait, Mr. Edward. You're at just the right age for one. Do I really project myself as someone of that age? Like, I don't understand. Unless it's like the fact that this... Yeah, no, maybe it's the fact that I need to point out the area that is clean. Maybe that's the issue.
Eureka!
No, okay. But maybe it's... Like, what am I not seeing here? Like, those are the 2 points that the game clearly wants me to look at. There's nothing else otherwise. Like, there's nothing there, there's nothing here. Yeah, no, the only thing that I can think of is like... pointing here by the shoulder. Where it's empty.
Eureka!
No. I sincerely don't know what the issue is. And this is the same for both the entry and the exit one. Oh. Oh shit, I don't remember how this went either. What time is it? Oh, we're almost 10 minutes over time. Okay, you know what? I'll save. I'll save. And I'll check how to continue this next time. So I don't stay here for the rest of my life. And we're gonna finish for today. So we'll figure out what my mistake is in this situation next time, because I don't know where I'm fucking up. So yeah, that's gonna be everything for today. We're continuing next weekend. I might take like a Sunday off, not next week but the next after one, because I have cleaning to do and I kinda need to do it in the morning, so I'm kind of obligated to take like a Sunday off. But other than that, it's not gonna be next week, it's probably gonna be the week after that, so that's for later. But yeah, we're continuing this next weekend. Hopefully I'll be okay for the Friday night stream. It just the other day my wrist was killing me, so not a good day to be streaming. I guess that's it. Anyway, thank you everybody for being here. Have a good rest of your day. Have a good start to your week. And I'll be seeing you on Friday night, hopefully, for me finishing the Fishmon thing in David the Diver, so I'm prepared to grind shit up, so, you know, I have like the best restaurant ever by the time that the DLC comes out. And then on the weekend, more of Ace Attorney Investigations, where I will know where the fuck I'm supposed to be clicking to actually do some progress in this case. Because clearly I have an issue. Bye everyone!